And emerging items. Yes.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeCio City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 through live streaming on Brookfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Please note that if you're calling in for public comment and would like to speak on more than one agenda item, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 in the queue have 2 minutes to speak. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1.5 minutes to speak. Again, if joining us virtually for public comment, the number is 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. And please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure your name is in the queue. If joining in person, we'll ask you to step up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. The City Council meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Kingle. Here. Jezierski.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lynn. Here. Linston.
Here.
Marshall.
Here.
Chef.
Here.
Lord.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. The clerk will be assisting with timekeeping and council members will be able to see their time on the podium. We'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. The first item this evening under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the city and county of Brookfield. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come to the podium, and Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski will meet you over there. And will the representatives please introduce themselves?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Bowling, Director of Public Health.
And I'm Sarah Mock. I'm also with Public Health.
I'm Tracy Roberts and I'm also with Public Health.
I'm Renee Hempelman, Chief of Police.
Kurt Wiedequist, Commander of Brookfield Police Department.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Will the clerk please read the proclamation?
Proclamation declaring May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the city and county of Broomfield, Colorado. Whereas mental health is the #1 health concern identified by Broomfield residents, and whereas our culture around how we address and treat mental health impacts our workforce, leaders, neighbors, and community members, and whereas research shows that mental health issues have been increasing since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic and has been particularly difficult for individuals living in poverty. In 2021, almost 1 in 3 Coloradans reported having experienced poor mental health in the past 30 days. Almost half of residents in Broomfield and Boulder counties have reported a decline in their mental health over the past year. And whereas our community must address mental health as a public health concern and continue to enhance the strategies of the behavioral health plan as a community to strengthen individuals, families, and organizations. And whereas neighbors, family members, and professionals alike have the ability to emphasize the importance of taking care of one's mental health by talking about it, destigmatizing behavioral health issues, and offering resources to those in need. And whereas the city and county of Broomfield believes addressing mental health stigma, access to care, and increasing community connectedness are crucial elements of embracing positive mental health for all. We act in partnership with our community mental health agencies, as well as other critical partners, including human services, library, recreation services, police, and all community stakeholders to move the needle towards positive mental health for all in our community. And whereas all this month, we encourage individuals, government institutions, businesses, community associations in our community to acknowledge and support each other and our own mental health as we continue to work through the COVID-19 pandemic together in the city and county of Broomfield.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments. Is there anyone who would like to comment on this agenda item? Please step up to the podium. I'm not seeing any. Comments and questions from council are next. Are there any council member questions or comments? All right, would the representatives like to say anything?
Would very much like to recognize our partners who are here for Mental Health Partners. If you guys want to stand up. And I don't believe I saw anyone in our Community Reach Center, but if you're here, we'd also like to just really thank you for the work that you're doing in our community to support mental health issues and all of the responses to the various Marshall Fire. But it seems like small things, but they are amazing benefits to our community, and we so appreciate having you with us.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for joining us this evening and for all that you do to raise awareness about mental health in our community and your message of promoting self-care and support for one another. Thank you. Our next item under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring May 2022 as Military Appreciation Month in the city and county of Broomfield. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come meet Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski at the podium. This is the Military Appreciation Month proclamation.
And Mayor, if I may, this is the first year. We have an entire month of events, 7 to 10 events. This staff, Tim Hutchinson is that young man there in the blood red shirt, who has transformed the vet services in the city and county of Broomfield over the last many years. And personally, I'm grateful and I'm humbled every time I'm in his presence, along with the rest of the staff. They have truly transformed the open heart and level of appreciation so that all intergenerational communities and folks in the city and county of Broomfield can really participate in this entire month of activities. And we're very grateful.
That's wonderful. Would the representatives like to introduce themselves at the podium?
I'm the Nelma Workforce Center Supervisor. Sue First, Workforce Center. I am Chloe McVeigh, Workforce Center, Business Services. Elizabeth Bodwin, Curator of the Veterans Museum of Broomfield.
I'm Tim Hutchinson. I am the Broomfield County Veteran Service Officer.
Hello, Alexi Duplicant, Veterans Employment Rep for the Broomfield, Adams, and Jefferson counties.
Ian Casey, Director of Human Services.
Excellent, thank you. Will the clerk please read the proclamation?
Proclamation declaring May 2022 as Military Appreciation Month. Whereas the freedom and security that the residents of the United States enjoy today are a direct result of the continued vigilance given by the United States Armed Forces over the history of our great nation, and whereas through the commitment to freedom, America's armed forces and veterans have made the world more secure and have demonstrated that freedom should be cherished and appreciated by all. And whereas in 1999, the United States Congress passed a resolution proclaiming May as National Military Appreciation Month, calling for all Americans to remember those who gave their lives in the defense of freedom and to honor the men and women of all of our armed services who have served and are now serving our country together with their families. And whereas the city and county of Broomfield is home to many veterans and military families, and our nation's communities must engage in ways to serve those who serve and have served. And whereas the public workforce system is rooted in veteran services with the creation of the Department of Labor to assist veterans returning from World War I, the Broomfield Workforce Center provides variety of services to veterans in all workforce programs and values its partnership with the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment for the Regional Veteran Employer Representative and the Disabled Veteran Outreach Specialist. And whereas the Broomfield Library, Arts and History Department, and Veterans Museum honor veterans and military families during the Memorial Day celebration and picnic. And the Broomfield Veterans Services Officer provides free assistance for veterans and their families in filing for any veteran benefits. And whereas I dedicate this commemoration month for military appreciation as a symbol of unity to recognize, honor, and support the commitment and sacrifice of current, former, and fallen members of branches of the United States Armed Forces and their families, and encourage all residents to recognize our veterans and our military personnel and their families by displaying the flag of the United States at their homes and businesses.
Thank you very much. Comments from the public are next. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak on this agenda item, please step up to the podium. I don't see anyone online. Comments and questions from council are next. Councilmember Leslie.
How many of you are veterans in this room? Okay, a few. It's so good to see you. I'm an Navy vet myself. So on behalf of those of us in the room who are veterans, I just want to thank the team. Thank you all your work. A nice compliment from City Manager for the work that you're doing. As you know, so many veterans struggle so much with so many different things. Interestingly, that we're also sharing the proclamation of Mental Health Month because that's a major issue for that. So I just wanted on behalf of the several of us that are here, thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you. My husband's a veteran and served in Afghanistan. We have some new interpreters here in Broomfield who served alongside them. And I just wanted to thank you for those who served, who continue to serve, and those who might serve in the future. We hope for peaceful nations, and we are really blessed to have you here in Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn.
I just wanted to recognize the efforts of the Workforce Center to put all of the events together this month. The first event on May the 4th is a workforce career and networking fair from 3 to 5 p.m. So it will focus on employers hiring vets, but it's open to all seeking employment. And it will also include nonprofits who provide resources for vets and their families. So we appreciate the collaboration of the nonprofits and the Workforce Center to bring this together. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may just quickly bring everyone's attention, he's going to love the fact that I do this, but Mr. Roman is in the back. He represents our Veterans Museum and really allows the city and county of Broomfield to stand apart from many of our neighbors and keeping that focus on. Sir, would you like to say anything? No pressure, Mr. Roman.
I really wasn't planning on it, but thank you very much. I've been the president for just about 2 years of the museum, and I've got a great staff that works with me, and we've just come through this pandemic really, really well. And we're trying to expand. We have a rotating exhibit that keeps going, and we have the Doolittle Raid. That's our exhibit right now. We are open 3 days a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. You can come down and check us out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roman. Councilmember Stratt?
Thank you, Mayor. So when I was growing up, well, actually, recently somebody asked me, so what did you do when you were growing up during the summer when you weren't in school? And I told them, you know, I got a bus ticket for my parents and I rode the bus around town, and that's what I did all summer. I kept myself busy. But the truth of the matter is a big part of what I did was my mom worked at the VA hospital where I grew up, and every many days I would go to the VA hospital and volunteer every day. A big part of that was so I could earn my lunch at the cafeteria there. But it was, you know, a huge opportunity for me to volunteer alongside, you know, folks that I didn't know, get to talk to them, get to talk to them, hear their stories. And later in life, I had the honor to work alongside veterans and military personnel at the Dairy Center for the Arts when we hosted a 2-week celebration of veterans and military family with a program called Veterans Speak. You know, I was gonna make sure that we mentioned Lou in the back with the Broomfield Veterans Memorial Museum. That was one of our partners with this program. It was a great opportunity to host coffee and conversations at the Arts Center every day for 2 weeks. We had some theatrical performances, some dance performances, and it just came full circle that this program that we started years ago it became its own nonprofit. That nonprofit ended up folding, and those dollars that were remaining went, part of that went back to the Broomfield Veterans Memorial Museum. So this kind of full cycle of kind of the interconnectedness of this world. So I think with that, if you have not gone to the Veterans Memorial Museum, I very much encourage you to. Since basically early pandemic, just before the pandemic, they had expanded downstairs in their building. It's a phenomenal exhibit, and a lot more of their collection is there available. So I would definitely encourage you all to check it out.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask the representatives, Mr. Hutchinson, would you like to say anything?
Not really.
Anyone else?
So this initiative started with just trying to figure out how to outreach to veterans who were job seeking. And with our amazing CCOB partners and our state partners, has turned into a month full of events. So we have the calendar of events. We'll be leaving those out in the lobby if anyone wants to pick one up. And we'd love to see you to help us honor and recognize the military veterans in the city of Broomfield.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for joining us this evening and for the outstanding work being done to honor our veterans and military members and their families. Thank you. Next, under petitions and communications, we have a proclamation declaring the week of May 1st through 7th, 2022 as Small Business Week in the city and county of Broomfield. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come to the podium and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Certainly, I'm Jeff Schreier with the Economic Vitality Department.
David Frieder, owner of Eat Food and Drink.
Awesome. I'm going to read this one and give our clerk a break. Proclamation declaring May 1st through 7th, 2022 as Small Business Week. Whereas the city and county of Broomfield celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are over 650,000 small businesses in Colorado, which represent nearly 99.5% of Colorado businesses, employ nearly 1.1 million employees in Colorado. And whereas Broomfield's economy is concentrated with small business, with over 93% of all Broomfield businesses employing less than 50 persons, and half employing less than 5 persons. And whereas small business owners and managers have created and supported economic opportunities for all persons, irrespective of gender, race, ethnicity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas for many people, small businesses were their first job or training opportunity, the place where many of us learned customer and communication skills, got their first paycheck, and supervised a team of coworkers. And whereas when we support small business, jobs are created and local communities thrive and preserve their unique character. And whereas from the storefront shops that anchor our community to the high-tech startups that keep us on the cutting edge, small businesses are the backbone of our community and cornerstone of our economy. And whereas for more than 50 years, the President of the United States has issued a proclamation announcing Small Business Week, recognizing the critical contributions of America's small business owners. And whereas the City and County of Broomfield supports our local businesses that create jobs, help our economy thrive, and sustain our neighborhoods. Now therefore, I, Guylene Castriata, Mayor for the City and County of Broomfield, do hereby declare and proclaim May 1st, 7th, 2022, a Small Business Week in Broomfield. Next, we will have public comments. Would anyone in the public like to comment on this item? We'll go to council comments first. Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't think that we can go on much further tonight without ensuring that we recognize our outgoing chamber CEO and president, Sam Taylor, who refused to go up there. But this is his final week of on the job, so I don't blame him. But I just want to make sure that this meeting doesn't go on much further without ensuring that we thank you for your service to Broomfield, and to the chamber. We appreciate your tireless efforts that you have contributed over the last 5 years, your communication, your collaboration with our Broomfield businesses. And those 5 years also included a pandemic. So your tireless efforts to continue to ensure that we have a thriving economy here in Broomfield doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Anyone else on council? I would like to echo what he just said. Thank you so much, Mr. Taylor. So let's go to our recipients. Would you like to say a few words?
Just representing small business in Broomfield, we simply can't thank the community enough for our recovery. We certainly couldn't have done it without, I recognize everybody here from the restaurant, so we certainly appreciate it. Every business in Broomfield certainly does also. We certainly couldn't have done it without our community support. So aside from thanking Sam, which I would have done also, thank everyone in the building for their support. We're certainly happy to have it and have succeeded because of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Eat and eat if you haven't yet. So our next, thanks again, y'all. Next on the agenda, we have a proclamation recognizing the Broomfield community's contributions related to Marshall Fire response and recovery. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski at the post. We should have quite a few because we had a lot of helpers. And if you guys want to introduce yourself, please step up to the podium and state your name and agency.
Hello, I'm Nicole Everman with A Precious Child. Maria Martinez with A Precious Child. Brianna Kuzler with Joyful Journeys. Alicia Cartmel with Joyful Journey. Amber Bach with Joyful Journeys.
Anthony Johnson with Mental Health Partners.
Good evening, Jennifer Hyder with Mental Health Partners.
Hi, I'm Debbie Kuntz with Val Swan Children's Center.
Karina Martin with A Precious Child.
Danara Lowry, First Bank Center.
Karen Steele with Broomfield VOAG.
Aaron Cavanaugh, First Bank Center.
Thank you all. We have lots of those to give out, so I'll read the proclamation while Mayor Pro Tem does the honors. This is a proclamation recognizing the Broomfield community's contributions related to the Marshall Fire response and recovery. Whereas on December 30th, 2021, the Marshall Fire caused devastation to Broomfield's neighboring communities of Louisville, Superior, and unincorporated Boulder County. And whereas organizations throughout the city and county of Broomfield have rallied to help those affected by the fire. These organizations include Broomfield Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster, or BOAD in particular, A Precious Child, from Broomfield Community Foundation, Broomfield Fish, Mental Health Partners, Bal Swan Children's Center, The Refuge, Discovery Church, and other Broomfield faith-based organizations, the Broomfield Veterans of Foreign Wars, the VFW, Joyful Journeys, and the First Bank Center. Whereas Broomfield City Council and staff would like to celebrate and recognize the contributions these and other Broomfield organizations have made to the victims of the Marshall Fire. Now therefore, I, Eileen Castriata, Mayor for the City and County of Broomfield, do hereby declare and proclaim City Council's recognition of the Broomfield community's contributions related to the Marshall Fire response and recovery. We can't thank you enough for all that you've done for our neighbors. And we will see if there's anyone in the public that would like to comment. All right, anyone on council? They're quiet bunch tonight. Would you guys like to say anything? Please do.
Awesome. I'm Nicole, the Precious Child again, and I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work that our team and community members all put together to support these fire survivors. Over the last couple months, we've been able to serve more than 3,500 survivors with over 95,000 pounds of donated items and $1.6 million of goods in value out to the community. In addition to that, we continue to serve these families on Saturdays so that they can continue to rebuild their lives. And we appreciate, again, the Broomfield community who stepped up and rallied behind us and all other community members who were supporting these families, because it's going to take a village to help them get back on their feet. And so we just wanted to thank you for the appreciation. And I want to thank our team at Precious Child for all their hard work as well.
Thank you.
Hi, and thank you so very much for this honor. I'm Alicia with Joyful Journeys, and we also wanted to extend a thank you to the community. Without the donations and the volunteers in order to help us with our massive distribution event that we held, as well as our ongoing support for these victims, we wouldn't have been able to do this. So we are also continuing to help these victims 7 days a week, from 10 to 7 at our location on 120th and Main. We're providing vouchers for them to shop our thrift store and use our food pantry at no cost to them for as long as they need it. So we wanted to say thank you to the city and county of Broomfield, because the residents as well as a lot of the council members helped out with our effort to get these victims, survivors, the help that they needed. So we do appreciate it and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello. Well, first I want to thank the Broomfield Public Health, because I was attached to the CCP for COVID, and they were very good partners of ours. So I went into the college health, they were too, and the team. Next, I just wanted to point out that it's been trying for everybody, obviously, and we were going from one disaster that's not over yet to the next, trying to fill in the void to help our family, our neighbors. And it's been good, because some of the people here we actually partner with. So it's good to be here. It's good to be able to speak on behalf of Mental Health Partners. And I thank you for this, on behalf of Mental Health Partners. Thank you for acknowledging that. I didn't know what I was walking into, so I'm just kind of rambling on, but thank you. I appreciate you.
That's great. Would anyone else like to comment? Thank you.
Great is urging me on to speak. So I'm Karen Steele with the Brookfield BOAD Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster. And there's a strong and mighty team of 10 of us that really rallied the troops, which means all of the nonprofits, churches, civic groups to really pitch in not only for the pandemic, but then for Marshall Fire. So it does take a village. So thank you so much for this honor.
Well, thank you so much. It was a really hard time. I'm sure you all remember, because we didn't know if Broomfield was going to be safe, and we miraculously were spared. But it's hard knowing that your neighbors are hurting so much. And I remember a representative from the VFW called because they did a huge drive, and they weren't sure where to bring things. And I happened to know where they could bring it. So I was like a conduit. Like, we have a truckload of water. My phone to Louisville Community Center is handing that out. Or we have pet food, Sister Carmen's handing out. So that was kind of my role, as connecting people, because so many people were helping, and we couldn't have done it without you all. So thank you very much. Our final item under petitions and communications this evening is a disaster response acknowledgement and fire mitigation strategy. The council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council and the community. Clay Shuck, the man of many hats, is going to walk us through this item along with North Metro Fire. I do believe Deputy Chief Bybee is here, as well as Deputy Chief Ross, as well as Chief Hempelman. So, Mr. Shuck, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Clay Shuck. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. We're happy to be here tonight. Tonight's presentation, our goal is really just talk about where we come since the Marshall Fire on our outreach, education, and our mitigation plans. So really, we are not asking for anything. I know we have some public comment about why this is not a business item. We're really not asking for anything to be approved. We're really just providing an update for this evening. After the Marshall Fire, staff conducted a number of debriefs. One of the major outcomes of that debrief was really looking at the emergency management staff. And one of the things we wanted to look at and identify and fix was really refinement of the emergency management office and how to resource more proactively with that, how to create some redundancies, and how to make sure that we're amplifying the preparedness and education along with our partners at North Metro Fire. And I'm sorry that Karen and walked out already, because also along with our partners at the VOAD, I just got to tell you the amazing job that they've done since the Marshall Fire, during the Marshall Fire. They really are a template for VOAD, and they're very committed, and they're just amazing to work with. So we're humbled to be part of their meetings and sit through their meetings. So to create this dynamic change, we came to the conclusion that having two emergency management coordinators under the leadership of a director would provide the best opportunities for Broomfield to be prepared. The two emergency management coordinators will be dedicated full-time to emergency management, and their full-time goal is to improve and enhance our emergency management capabilities. We were lucky enough, and I'm not going to look at Jason when I bring this up, to be able to get Lindsay McGee from Public Health as one of our emergency management coordinators. And Lindsay started on March 9th. She was incredibly important to the COVID response and has a wealth of knowledge and background. And working through this, it really felt like a good fit, at least initially, to move her into this role as the emergency coordinator for the overall city and county of Broomfield. We're also in the process of interviewing the next group of people for the second emergency management coordinator. So that process is ongoing right now. We'll have interviews over the next few weeks, and hopefully we'll be able to announce a candidate and have them working by first part of June. I just want to bring up a few things that have been accomplished since the Marshall Fire. So as I discussed earlier, we've held 4 debriefs. We've met with the police department. We met with North Metro Fire Department. In addition to that, we walked some of the open spaces to talk about the mitigation plans. We worked on improving and reconnecting with our BOAG members. We found like that was a gap for a period of months, so we're happy to get that relationship being built back up, and it needs to be a strong relationship because they're so essential to us as a city and county if we would happen to have incident or disaster. We've met with a vendor regarding fire identification. We've met with our consultant on the hazardous mitigation plan. We've released the hazardous mitigation plan for public comment, and that's open until April 30th on the Broomfield Voice. So if you haven't had a chance to look at it or comment on it, we're still seeking comments on that. We developed a list of necessary supplies for DOC evacuation and shelter sites. And begin the process of purchasing those items. We reconnected with our partners at regional and state level. We've set a meeting for our first local emergency planning committee meeting in a while. Working on a plan for the department head team to be activated in an event like the Marshall Fire. And we worked with North Metro Fire Department to develop outreach and education materials. The last thing is that we've established the working plan for the, this was, I think, a benefit of the work that we have done up until this point, is during the critical fire day last week, we were able to quickly mobilize once we were seeing that information, met with North Metro Fire Department, met with the chief, talked about what we need to do, talked about our different roles in the OC and who needed to be there if we did have to activate it. And then we were able to present our plan to the city manager's office at the end of that day. So again, I think that shows the mobilization that's occurred and the work that's been done thus far with the emergency management team. With that, I am now going to turn it over to Chief Feige to talk about some emergency and preparedness risk assessment that the fire department's been doing. Chief Feige.
Thanks, Clay. Good evening, council, mayor, city staff. It's good to be here again before you, talk about a very important topic. Before I get there, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of all those volunteers that were recognized before us. We go to fires, especially the Marshall Fire. We had 95 people out there through the course of, from our department through the course of that fire. And we tend to forget that after the hoses rolled up and, you know, the showers are taken and the equipment's put back in service, that there's a whole lot of other stuff that has to go on. So I have the utmost respect for those people. With me tonight is, where'd he go? He left already. Oh, there he is. Scary. That's our emergency manager, Ross Riley. He's a captain. He appreciates the promotion. He does great work for us in this arena. So we're happy to have this opportunity to talk about what is really important to this community, which I'm a member of, and that's our preparations, working in collaboration with the city and county of Broomfield and preparing our community for the ravages that these wildfires can bring. So if I could have the next slide. So the Marshall storm obviously was a perfect storm of fire conditions. It was wind, it was horrific winds, it was dry, drought-driven fires that entered bigger structures and then threw bigger embers and flames around. There is no question that that perfect storm would occur again. There'll be damage and possibly extensive damage. But I have confidence that working collectively as a community with our friends at the city and county of Broomfield, with our other agency partners, we can take significant steps to minimize the kind of carnage we saw from the Marshall Fire. So the rest of this presentation, my portion of this presentation, which I hope will be mercifully short, is going to cover these 4 bullet points: understanding fire behavior, risk assessment, community action, and individual responsibility. Next slide. So how wildfires threaten homes? The leading cause, obviously, ember fires. That was certainly the case in at least the initial stages of the Marshall Fire. Burning pieces, these are the sparks, the burning pieces of vegetation and wood that fly through the air, sometimes long distances. And they can start fires in your homes. As just an anecdotal story, I live in Aspen Creek. I'm guessing that my home was probably 5 miles from the eastern edge of that fire. And the next morning I went out in my backyard and I had a fist-sized firebrand in my backyard. So it was obviously out when it hit my area, but those things can travel extensively. Obviously radiant heat further on in the fire. We had homes that would light on fire that would light adjacent homes. And then of course, direct contact pipelines. Next slide, please. So sources of risk for these larger fires, especially wind events, obviously drought conditions, which we're in currently, which seems to be a non-ending and more permanent part of our, at least our fire landscape. And obviously fuel sources. Around around Broomfield, most of our fuel sources are the tall grasses, some light brush. We don't have a lot of heavily wooded areas. But those were the type of fuels that initially were ignited in the Marshall Fire. Fencing, which when it abuts these grasses, especially like the 6-foot cedar fences, is a means to propagate fire from the field to the homes that abut that field. It travels the fence, goes between the fences that goes along the fence between the homes, and can ignite those homes on fire as well. Trees adjacent to the home, dead wood and fallen branches, those kind of things that if they're involved in the grassland fire, tend to throw the bigger brands and embers that can do the significant damage. And again, combustibles adjacent to the home. When you have those three things, the only thing you're missing for a big fire is ignition sources. Most of those are human caused fireworks, unattended fires, discarded cigarettes. Obviously, there's mechanical things that can cause fires, lightning, but mostly I think most serious ones that we encounter caused by human caused ignition factors. Next slide. So one of the things that we've set out to do, and we've done this for a number of years, at North Metro, we look at all the risks throughout our entire district. We kind of take a global look at, stem to stern, what are our risks in all the disciplines that we do? Hazmat, tech rescue, EMS, fire, and in this case, wildland. In addition to that global risk, we break down the department into 64 smaller, what we call emergency response zones. And those emergency response zones, we then look at, they allow us to take a focused look at specific risk in a smaller area, a community, a neighborhood, things like that. And right now, we are doing those focus surveys along the western border, primarily along the western border of Broomfield. That's where our primary largest risk is for wildland fires that would interdevelop areas. We've completed a couple of those. Anthem, we've done that one. We've done Skystone, where we've given a presentation on that survey already. And our crews are working down the line to Wildgrass and all those areas that, again, about the western portion of the district. They are done by our wildland team. And a brief explanation of that. All our firefighters from the chief level on down are required to participate in basic wildland firefighting. There's a couple basic courses that we take. We found that course so important, we've actually pushed that curriculum down into our recruit academies. So rookies, when they come on, in addition to their other challenges that they have to face in the firehouse, they come out rolling, ready to at least participate in these kind of fire suppression events. In addition to those people, we have a specially trained group, which are wildland team members. These are subject matter experts. They're deployable mostly across the western United States. We have a crew presently in McCook, Nebraska. They're having a terrible problem with fires up there. We do that because it's an issue, particularly amongst the western half of this country. We want to be part of that solution, that collective solution of many smaller departments that come together and fight these larger fires. They come back with extra knowledge that they're able to impart on all of us, and we feel good about their participation in national wildfire response. Next, please. So what are we doing as a fire district? Like I said, some of this stuff has been ongoing for years. It's been made more important, obviously, since the Marshall Fire, which opened all our eyes. We have ongoing first responder training, the training that I mentioned earlier that we go through. We also have, we've done a number of after action reports on our actions, our specific North Metro actions during that fire. We also have an annual wildland training this year, which is it's all department training. It's going to focus on wildland fires, very topically, wildland fires that enter a suburban environment and then could result in a conflagration. So we will be focusing heavily on the tactics and strategy used in those kind of fire events. We also have been developing strong partnerships. Like I opened up with, we have an excellent collaboration with the City and County of Broomfield, with Clay and his team. We've always had a great relationship with the police department, and that kind of forms our basis within this community to start working collaborative to address this issue. We also work very closely with other North area fire departments. I think I spoke last time I was here about our CAD-to-CAD project that connects the dispatch functions from various North area fire departments. That is being implemented as we speak. Broomfield should be online in 1st of June or so, we're hoping. And that allows us to quickly, we have real-time resource positioning and availability status. So that allows us to quickly, through one dispatch, there's no transfer of the call, one dispatch, we have access to, within that north area, 30 fire engines, probably 15 brush trucks, which are those off-road vehicles that we use to fight wildland fires. In addition to that, we have very strong mutual and auto aid agreements with departments that are not within that CAD-to-CAD environment, that we can also, marshal resources of, many scores of those type of units. And as Clay mentioned, we're partnering with his emergency preparedness department, Broomfield's PIO, to push out community education and resources to citizens within the district. Next one, please. So, like I said, collaborative. I don't want to speak to the mowing schedule, but I know that in speaking to Clay and in my own personal knowledge, it's stuff that the city, the Parks and Rec department has been doing for a number of years. So we want to continue mowing those beauty bands along sidewalks and trails, mow tall grasses surrounding structures as pictured, and extend the mowed areas up to 50 feet from all structures, homes, fences. Again, like I said, they can propagate fire themselves for west facing areas. Once a year after the growing season, when they're at their height, the moisture starts to die down on those. They become a bigger risk. And I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I say that the city and county is planning on doing mowing there. And cleaning up dead wood and fallen branches in those areas. Again, heavier fuels that can cause ember fires or ember, whatever the heck I call those things. Showers, there we go. Next one, please. So we're also encouraging our HOAs to support risk reduction. Well, been in contact with a number of HOAs. I mentioned Anthem and Skystone, also some people from Wildgrass. And we continue to have inquiries from those communities on what they can do. We're encouraging them to do the mowing on their own land that's close to fences that touch open spaces, landscape maintenance throughout their community, possibly organize cleanup days, chipping litter and debris removal where they can clean their communities of this excess material, combustible material. That last bullet's kind of misplaced in here, but it is a community action. And that's burn ban awareness and adherence. We're paying a lot more attention to burn bans. I know that the city and county is now posting burn ban information on their website. And that becomes important to remove those sources of ignition during the most dangerous days of the fire season, which it's year long now. Next slide, please. So there's also things you can do as an individual around your own home. We don't have time to go through all the steps you can take. The materials that we're pushing out in conjunction with the city is based on the FireWise program, which is a program for homeowners to reduce wildland risk around their homes. And you can access that on the internet by just typing in FireWise into your search bar, or you can go to northmetrofire.org. And we have some information about that on our website. I believe the city is planning on posting some stuff as well. Can I have the next slide? This is just a bigger kind of picture that illustrates the zones. FireWise is based on establishing kind of protection zones around your house, from the extended zone, 30 to 100 feet, to the intermediate zone, and then finally the immediate zone, which is directly adjacent to your house, 0 to 5 feet out. And they give specific recommendations on landscape procedures, stuff the type of stuff you want to use, how you should cut up trees off the ground. We'll talk about that, I think, in the next slide. But really, there's a lot of great information. I encourage you to visit either our website or the FireWise website through California. Next slide, please. Some of the stuff you can do around your house to protect yourself is ridiculously easy. It's stuff that you don't even think about. Removing leaves, pine needles, dead vegetation, all the kind of stuff that you would do if you were just out spring or fall cleaning your yard. Pay attention to that year round. Silly things like pine needles in your gutters can catch one of those embers, which can then catch your roof, your soffits, and you can end up losing your home. Keep your lawn hydrated. We don't want everybody pouring tons of water on their lawn in a drought, but keep it as hydrated as you can. If it's brown, if it gets brown, keep it down low. Again, fuel length is a big, is important contributor to fire propagation. So the lower those brown grasses can be, the better. And prune tree limbs close to the home that are low hanging. We don't want ladder fuels like grasses on the ground to be able to reach the canopy of your tree. So if you have a large tree, on that FireWise website has specific instructions based on how tall your tree is and how high you should cut it up. It'll keep those small ground fires from entering your tree and then threatening your home. Screen areas below deck and cover exterior vents with 1/8 inch wire mesh. That keeps those embers from directly entering your home, keeping them on the outside of the home. There's a lot more advice in that FireWise, and I encourage you to visit that site. Next slide, please. In addition to that, there's other things, hardscape material like gravel pavers instead of combustible mulch. The mulch doesn't generally, depending upon what kind you have, doesn't produce a giant flame, but it can smolder and can cause issues with other fuels. Store firewood or other wood that you may have 5 to 10 feet away from your house, and limit combustible items, outdoor furniture, planters on top of decks when you can. I know some of this is there's a give and take on this. I don't want a house with just covered from sitting in a sea of cement with one stone chair out there. But I have taken a serious look around my house, and I've been in fire service for 37 years, and it is a nightmare of fire, things that can contribute to my own home catching on fire. And I'll slowly be addressing those things within reason. We can't get rid of all risk, but we can try to limit it. And I think that's the end of my portion. But if you want to take that over.
Go to that next slide. So as far as emergency preparedness goes, like we talked about, some of those actions for individual responsibility. Why do we do that? So a couple of things, right? It helps reduce our stress. If we have a plan, we know what to expect. That's going to increase our individual and our community resilience and decrease our time to recovery. So by having an emergency plan, building a go kit, and signing up for emergency alerts, that sets you up for success. Helps us be ready, because we can't prevent everything. We know some things are going to happen with or without our actions. Next slide. So having an action plan is one of the first steps there. So in places like ready.gov, a great tool, there are checklists, plans, toolkits to help you make all of these actions. So a plan for sheltering in place, evacuating your area, whether that's home or wherever you are, a household communication plan, and designating a meeting place, and then business continuity, especially for folks that have, support essential services that we want to get back up and running as quickly as possible.
Lindsay talked about sheltering in place. When you shelter in place, whether it's staying inside, if you do need to shelter in place, make sure that you're closing all your doors and windows. And that includes like shutting off your air conditioner so that you're not pulling in any of that smoke or any of that air that's a bad quality air that's out there due to a fire somewhere in the area. Next slide, please. Another big one is evacuation. We've heard a lot about evacuation notices. I know that some people during the Marshall Fire got a notice to evacuate. It was a false notice. And we just want to point out that no matter what, if you get that notice, take it seriously. Don't take time to try to research it. If there's a way to clarify it afterwards, we'd rather people be gone and safe than sit there trying to figure it out. So with some of the new technology, we'll talk about our new release of the RAVE system here in a minute. But hopefully we're getting better and better about really being able to narrow down the areas where we would need to evacuate or do a pre-evacuation. But then again, it's always going to probably bleed a little outside of that. So if you get those notices, please take them seriously. And when people start preparing, if they get the pre-evacuation or to evacuate, know where you're going to go. And you don't have to wait for something to happen to do that. We met with a group not too long ago. We were discussing, they were an individual that had a lot of special needs to the group. And we talked about now figure out where you would go. If you had that initial pre-evacuation, evacuation, what's that next point for you that you would need to evacuate to? And then maybe to an evacuation center or a family member's house, wherever that might be. Some of the folks that we were talking to were elderly or again had special needs. We talked to them about having a family plan or a friend plan, communicate with other people where they're going to evacuate and make sure that once they get there, they're communicating that evacuation plan that, hey, I had to evacuate, here's where I'm at. That's extremely important to make sure that it's not just your plan, that you're connecting with family and friends as well to make sure they understand what your plan is and you can do some double checking during a situation like this. We do have a couple sites that we can activate as evacuation points. One is the Paul Berger Recreation Center and the other is the Broomfield Community Center. Obviously, really depends on the situation of where we would initiate evacuation or shelter site. In the case of the Marshall Fire, we opened up the First Bank Center. So we have some other evacuation sites that are possible throughout our plan. We would be announcing those things if we did have any type of evacuation order, who was open and where people needed to go. Next slide, please.
So again, just along those lines of individual planning, figuring out those household communication plans with if you're gonna call, if you're gonna text, what if texts don't go through, how are we gonna get a hold of each other? Things like marking safe on social media is also a great tool. Again, not everybody's gonna use that tool, so kind of knowing your audience, check in maybe with that neighbor next door who you know isn't gonna log into Facebook, that sort of thing. Those designated meeting spaces that are, you might have to have a menu of those. If this happens, this is where we're gonna meet. If something else happens, there may be another option. And then again, back on the business continuity planning, for your businesses, how are you gonna hold your employees? How are you gonna notify them? And providing those services like we talked about, especially those services that, may be essential even during an emergency. Next slide. And then building your Go kit. And so that really varies by household, by individual. What you may need may vary by the person sitting next to you. So what do you need to be away from home for 72 hours or stuck in the home for 72 hours? So that may mean things like medications, things, pet supplies, baby supplies, whatever your household looks like. That may look very different for everyone. But thinking about those things ahead of time and having them in a way that is grabbable if you need to get out of the house quickly, or if you need to hunker down for a few days, that you can do so safely and have the things you need to take care of yourself. Those medications, water, food. It seems obvious, but we don't necessarily know if emergency services are going to be able to make it to your home in a snowstorm or something like that. So being able to have the things you need. As a longtime emergency medical services person, I like to point out on medications, if you don't have a backup medications, please write them down. Because going to the hospital or calling your doctor who may not also be available may not be an option. So saying I take a couple pills a couple times a day, we need to know what those things are so we can get them to you if there is an emergency. So that's always kind of one of my soapbox things. And then documents, making sure you have what you need to prove who you are and or potentially, replace those documents on the back end if something happens to them.
Boyle's phone charges. We quickly found out in the evacuation center and in the AOC that we didn't have enough phone chargers anywhere. So make sure you pack that extra phone charger. That's a big one. You don't think about that when you're heading out the door, but if you're making a lot of phone calls, that's going to drain the phone quickly. So next slide, please. So we are happy to say that the lookout alert, or it was the main name was RAVE, and now it's called Lookout Alert, is going to be launched tomorrow. So there will be a public campaign about this going out. It is already on our emergency webpage. You can get on there. There is links to sign up. So this is our new emergency alert system for the city and county of Broomfield. If people were on code red in the past, they should have been transferred over, but what they need to do is go in and verify that. So if you were previously a code red person, go in and verify that your information is in Lookout Alert now. I signed up over the weekend. It was super simple. What I really liked about it is you could put additional phone numbers down, which was not necessarily the capability in code red. It's got a little quicker response when the message is going out. GIS capabilities. And one of the other cool things under the Smart 911 is, to Lindsay's point, there's a place in there that you can put what your medications are and stuff within that system. And then that way emergency responders coming to you would have access to that, or you could pull up that access. So there's some pretty neat features with the new Lookout Alert. Again, this is being released fully tomorrow. It is on our webpage currently. And people can go on and sign up on the Broomfield Emergency Management webpage and get that link. Next page. We just always ask people to stay informed. We've got a lot of different media platforms where we send out information. Obviously, Lookout Alert will be our main one, but we do have other ways for people to chime in and get information. I would say have multiple ways that you can get your emergency management information, emergency contact information. So not just through the phone, but also pay attention to Twitter, pay attention to TV and your radio. Still those classic things that if you're not using your smartphone in that way, you can still pay attention to those other things. Like I said, news stations, TV, radio, we still have that opportunity to do those items. We're very excited about the launch also of a new public education portion on our website. We are developing that right now, and we will let you know once we get that launched. And then I think that was it for us on our presentation.
Mr. Shuck, that's a lot of information.
Yes, it is.
So can you reiterate for the folks here as well as council and at home that the central landing page is on the website? Also reiterating, although there's interdepartmental and regional cooperation, we did see with the Marshall Fire, if our offices of emergency management aren't functioning well together, it's fraught with peril in any particular war room. So I think that is one of, and Chief Bybee spoke to it a little bit during the debrief. So we had 6 debriefs. So rather than having one large, we segregated, we compartmentalized into 6 different categories in order to, again, have a comprehensive approach to this. And one of the true areas is it's even too much during an emergency to have 3 different landing pages. It's too much to even have 2. So again, having that one landing page that is intuitive, which is difficult in and of itself when you have a lot of information, but to keep it relevant. So what is that web page, Mr. Shuck, that all of this information is going to be laid out on? And what is the time frame for the launch of the new campaign?
The web page is right there on the bottom of broomfield.org/emergency. So that is the landing page. And the time frame is within the next week to be able to have that education information start coming out.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We are here now. I know that was kind of long, so I apologize, but we're here to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shuck and Chief Bybee. And Lindsay, welcome to the team. Next, we'll have public comments. So does any member of the public have any comments on this agenda item? Please step up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Dick Wolf. I reside at 135 Wolf Creek Trail. No coincidence there. Broomfield in the Outlook subdivision. I first want to take this opportunity to thank my council members, Schaff and Lynn, for their responsive efforts to my questions I've had in the last couple of months as these issues on wildland fire risk and assessment have come forward. They've been so responsive. And so I do appreciate your help on this. I've been a Broomfield resident for almost 25 years, and I'm a native of Colorado and grew up on a farm north of here. And I've also been a professional engineer in water resources for over 35 years. So I certainly have a firsthand experience in working experience and understanding the effects of drought and climate change on our landscape and our water resources. And as I stood up there in late December in our development, you've been there in the Outlook. It's located just on 136th and Main, just north of the water towers. And it's quite a spectacular view and why it's called the Outlook. But as we stood there and watched that fire approach us, it's very, heartening to know and feel for those people they're being damaged by that. But it also shows how vulnerable we are, particularly in our development and other areas in Broomfield as well. And some of the others have commented there. We had chunks of debris that the size of my hand fall in our yard and copies of, or not copies, but pages out of the yearbook that were burned around the edges. So just to show you that even that many miles away from it, the effects of that. So I wanted to just be here tonight, one, to express my support for the efforts of the city and county of Broomfield and North Metro and what they're doing in this wildland fire risk and assessment. I know as a professional engineer, you can't totally eliminate risk, but anything you can do, and this is a great presentation, Matt, all the things that the community and us as individuals can do to reduce that risk is very important. But particular to the HOA, I'm also the vice president of the Outlook Homeowners Association. And we are certainly very concerned about these activities in wildland fire risk assessment. We work in that area and have for many years in maintaining. We have about 3.2 acres that's owned by the association that abuts the west side, that we work cooperatively with the city and county of Broomfield on maintenance activities there. And I want to give a shout out to Ryan Jensen and your staff. He's just been spectacular to work with in our efforts in that area there. But there's also 8.3 acres that's owned by the city and county of Broomfield there. And I appreciate hearing that there's going to be efforts moving forward, reach out to these homeowner associations and address that. Totally support those efforts and doing those beauty bands there along that, and the 50-foot buffer I think is ideal. We do that already in our the open space we have. We completely mow that down once a year in the fall. Our residents really appreciate that. Not only, I mean, it's aesthetically pleasing, it reduces the fire risk, but one of the other things that they say that it gives them some comfort in is it creates a little bit more visibility for the wildlife. There's a lot of activity with coyotes and other wildlife in that open space there. It abuts the Ruth Roberts Park and Preserve that then goes over to 287. So we do see a lot of wildlife out there, and it gives a little comfort that they can visually see maybe if the wildlife is approaching them. So it has a dual benefit as well. So I just want to thank you again for all of your efforts, and certainly our homeowner association is available to answer any questions and work with the city and county of Broomfield, as well as North Metro and any other agencies in these efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see everyone in person. I've been listening from home on the go. Lizzie Lario from the Wildgrass Subdivision. Huge thank you to all of you so much. That was a fantastic presentation and answered quite a few of my questions. So I'm very, very grateful, and I'm eager to get that info to my community. So thank you so much. Something, of course, I'm still very concerned about that was not brought up was the proximity to homes, to the oil and gas sites in North Broomfield. And it was very nerve-wracking last Friday, and I sent an email in to everyone that we are on edge, seeing how close we are to the pads. I was on the dashboard earlier, and I saw some fantastic questions that were much more eloquent than anything I could have written up. So I wanted to read those and hope that they could be discussed later. I'm sorry, I will not be able to stay. I have to leave right after I speak. But I'm going to read through these. I hope you capture them, and I hope you're able to discuss them because they're quite important. The operator, and these are not my questions, these are from someone else. The operator provided some info suspending smoke areas and hot work, as well as spraying water on the roads. Has the city been provided with a detailed plan as to what happens in the event a fire occurs in the surrounding area? Is there a detailed plan for a wildfire with the hurricane force winds that were similar in Marshall, bearing down on the facility, or a fire originating in the oil and gas pad with hurricane force winds blowing into the neighborhoods? How quickly can they safely shut everything down? And what happens if a wildfire overtakes a pad before complete shutdown or even after shutdown? Marshall Fire peak firepower was 1848.94 megawatts, and peak fire temperature was 1,632.94 Kelvin, almost 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. What would these temperatures and fire do to the oil and gas infrastructure at these sites? Where's the risk analysis showing the impact of firepower and temperature on an individual scale oil and gas facility? So that was on the dashboard. I hope it will be discussed. I will be listening. Also, I spoke with Andrew yesterday. I understand you all cannot shut extraction down on these fire weather days, but as a community, we are all expected to do our part. I hope there's somebody making sure that they're not smoking. It's just, they've had 3 fires, whether you want to call it a fire, there were flames, and with those type of winds, we are lucky, so lucky that it wasn't windy. So I encourage you to keep talking to the state, COGCC, about potentially having them do their part on these high fire alert days. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lario. Are there any other public comments?
My name is Dave Heineman. I live in Skystone. As Chief 5B said, in Skystone, we actually did have a meeting with a number of different city and North Metro Fire. Very helpful presentation. One of the things that came up was, you may know that on the side of your house, there are 2 vents. On every house in the 500 houses in Skystone has 2 3-inch pipes sticking out of the side. One, which is the exhaust from your furnace, and the other is the air intake. There was a clear instruction that you don't want the air intake to suck in burning embers into your house and start a fire inside of your furnace. And the result was you buy two wire mesh things that go into these pipes. $20 will solve the problem. I walk around Skystone. There are 500 plus homes in there. My house is the only one that has wire grids on top. So there's something about personal accountability and getting the message out to individuals, which doesn't land with just North Metro or our emergency management services knowing what people should be thinking about, but how do we actually do effective outreach and actually get action? And the other thing that I heard was about the go bag. And it's a matter of, I lived in Alaska where the threat was that you would go through a major earthquake in the middle of the winter and you'd be there freezing. So you needed certain kinds of supplies. And I lived in Houston, Texas, where you're worried about hurricanes coming through. Go bag, if you start researching it, there are very many different versions of what a go bag should include. But the obvious thing is everyone who lives in Broomfield should now have a go bag inside of their house for everyone, all of the members of their family and their pets. And it's a matter of city and county is not going to actually reach into people's homes and make them do that. But it seems, so we're back to this whole thing of, yeah, I expect certain things to happen from the wildland crew, from what we can do in terms of changing mowing schedules and picking up fallen limbs and other things. But there's this whole personal accountability piece, which is absolutely fundamental to actually mitigating some of these risks around these major fires. And I think we need to think about how that message gets out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feynman. Anyone else? Is this for we have a caller, we have an online caller. Can we go to CRL site? Kathy Swan Bogart, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Kathy. So I watched the presentation tonight and thank you for providing that. One thing that I was concerned about was that the 4th of July is coming up and everybody knows what happens during the 4th of July. Everybody buys not everybody, but a lot of people buy the fireworks that they shouldn't, or just fireworks, period. And so I was hoping you could pay some special effort to that, to put some mitigation plans in place for 4th of July and what happens around that time period. And then also a major response to people that are lighting fireworks over the 4th of July, unless we get a lot of rain around then. That would, of course, mitigate it very nicely. And the other comment I wanted to make is I sent a complaint in about all those giant stacks of hay bales that are out there, hay or straw, I believe they're straw. They are treated with a fire retardant, but everything I'm finding online says the fire retardant is aqueous-based, water-based, so it washes off in snow or rain, and so they're no longer fire retardant. But I was told it was not something I needed to worry about. But to me, it looks like kindling. It looks like something that you would start a fire with. And the piles around the oil and gas wells are really huge. And so I was wondering if I could get some kind of a technical response back on why they aren't a concern. They look like they would catch a lot of embers, and they look like kindling that would start on fire. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Swan Bogart. Any other public comment on this item? All right, next is council questions and comments. We'll go to Councilmember Hinkle first.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, an incredible presentation. I learned a lot. And I think we still have a lot to learn from here. And I really appreciate our residents speaking up and having these concerns. Your concerns are our concerns. And I know that it's very difficult to sometimes talk about this, especially with, the fire danger from last Friday. I look forward to disseminating the information to the community. I think that that's going to be vital to, the safety of our residents. This is sort of a thought, and I don't know much about the insurance agencies, but I'm wondering if we can even look into how we communicate maybe incentives or lower rates if we have more mitigation. I know that we have lower rates because we have, like a fire hydrant that's closer to our house or whatnot. So I would really like to, look into that and see if we can talk with our insurance, partners with that. Another thing too, I'm wondering what we learned, and you kind of hit on this, Manager Hoffman, a little bit about what we learned from the Marshall Fire. We learned a lot, obviously, and it's unfortunate that we had to learn a lot from that situation. It was very devastating for me to have to call our Afghan evacuees and say, hey, pack your bags again. That was very difficult. But I will say the communication between the agencies is going to be very important. So what did we learn from that as far as the communication? I love the external communication and making sure that we're signing up for these alerts. What does that internal communication piece look like? What is that plan?
Thank you, Councilmember Hinkle. Are you asking about between the agencies and our regional partners?
Yeah, and then just internally too, I feel like we learned a lot from the Marshall Fire in that sense as well.
Okay, so internally, if you're talking about just the CCOB team, when we get into the Emergency Operations Center, we have essentially two PIOs in there. We have the police department PIO and the city and county PIO. If it's, as in the Marshall Fire, when PD was really supporting and helping with evacuation and those type of things, the PD PIO is going to be in charge of those communications. If it gets to become a city-county event, then the city-county PIO will take over. But they'll work jointly together and jointly in messaging. They'll make sure that the messaging is getting out through all the various channels. In addition, I think the other thing that was occurring is there was a regular updates that was coming out to council, I believe, during that as well. It was a very active and very fluid situation. I mean, I think by early afternoon until 24 hours later when we got snow, it was evolving that entire time. So that internal communication sometimes is going to probably lag because specifically what we're trying to do is respond to the incident.
But if I may, just one moment. I think one of the things, several things, Councilmember Hinkle. I think we all have an appreciation for, and these are just specific examples that didn't require a debrief to see the gap. And one of those was GIS. So when we are making decisions that are snap decisions, for example, closing the detention center. There's never ever been a detention center evacuation in the state of Colorado. So again, no blueprint for that. And that was not based on technical information at the time. So there was a lot of scramble, if you will. So people are freaked out anyway. And if you don't have a really clear definition about roles and responsibilities, not what your title is, But at that moment, what is your sole purpose? And being able to clearly define that from the front end. We did not have that in place. We have that in place now. And again, back to that GIS, finding where the holes are in the other organizations, that then on the front end, we can execute those. So we ended up doing the GIS mapping for Boulder. But that was after pre-evac and evac had already gone out. So we didn't know that there was an evacuation in Broomfield until the chief and I were standing there, and on channel 7, it comes up and says, Broomfield evacuated. By then, you can't spend any time walking any of that back, right? So again, being able to make data-driven decisions quickly has never become more relevant than it was at that moment. So that's one of the shoring up from an internal perspective. And again, even the fundamentals, not just the logistics, right? But all of the city cars that we had, right? We have over 200. So in order to transport from from Louisville and Superior to the hotels, down to that nuanced piece. We didn't know who had the vehicle, who has the keys, who has and one of the things in Broomfield was within about 17 minutes, we had activated about 350 of our employees that showed up without being called. We had almost every single vehicle the city and county of Broomfield owns with the keys in them within moments. So again, a more orchestrated, so it's not, you have time to think when you're not in that reactionary mode. So I think between the roles and responsibilities internally, and having that structured process, and really understanding what the gaps are in these other organizations, because all of us can't do it all. So having those dialogues and that communication up front about, we have the best GIS IT team in the city and county of Broomfield in the state of Colorado. So being able to access what that looks like with their data as well, and having that pipeline equipped, a tremendous amount of lessons learned. And we talked about it before, between the floods and this fire, we have been kissed by tragedy, but we haven't been visited by it. And it is only a matter of time. Not to be doom and gloom or anything, but seriously, it behooves us to be really high and tight with that. So I really appreciate that internal, that internal question, because it really does beg us to, that's what keeps Clay up at night. Well, not anymore, but hopefully, but you get my drift.
That's true. And then externally, it's developing those relationships. I think that's something that has been key, and Lindsay's been great about helping that. She didn't disagree yet. So really going back and getting those relationships built so we can make phone calls and quickly, we're not trying to go through channels. We're getting to the people that are making decisions.
You, and then part of that outward communication too, pushing information to the website. What will that exactly look like? I know we're going to see the website. What will that look like? And is that communicating straight to the media, right? Like that was the major issue where maybe one county was speaking on behalf of Broomfield. How do we avoid that in the future? Or where's the media going to be involved in that?
That's a good question. And I think go ahead.
Part of it is you, and I can only speak for Broomfield, and our public works crew specifically. The media was, and as we all know, I immediately get calls and messages and everything after we have these meetings. Descending upon any community in the midst of tragedy and tragic events, it doesn't matter who they get a hold of. They run with it. There's no verification. There is no part and parcel, because they too are trying to get the news out, but in a rush to get the news out, there's not that moment of verification. So again, it behooves us to be as high and tight internally as we can and with our partners, because no one can control the media. It's like no one can control the legislature. It's that same piece. And so, again, to have that reliable landing page, the reliable landing page is for our residents. Wherever the media goes, we can't control what that looks like. But again, having that tailored approach for our folks, not to look what's on. Again, as Director Scheck said, if you get an evacuation notice, you move, you follow up after the fact. But if we can build and have enough trust from our community that if you land at this landing spot, we're going to have the most up-to-date, correct, accurate information. That's really our focus.
Okay, so what can we expect on that website?
For messaging, so I think back to what Andrew Hoffman said, our PIOs are putting out those messages. They're coming either from police, depending on the event, or our amazing city county PIO. That'll be the message that's displayed on that webpage, and it'll be on the first page of that, and that'll be the message that's scrolling across there.
Okay, so like our burn bans, that will be posted on there as well, or is it only in case we're hitting a certain point of emergency?
For the burn bans, we will put that information also on those landing pages. So we're trying to make that where it's at one stop for that communication. So if we're in burn restrictions or we have a burn ban going on, that information will go there as well.
Okay.
It's currently on there actually from this previous one, and then we're still in the fire restrictions from the stage 2 fire restrictions.
Thanks. And I like the way you guys are partnering with HOAs. That's actually going to be very powerful as well. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Councilmember Marshall Holship.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for these presentations. This is really informative information for us staff and to give out to the community and the immense work that you guys did after Marshall File. I mean, it's amazing that we have been able to come together with the community like this. Couple questions. One is on the lookout alerts. You said it's going to go live tomorrow. Will there be social media postings that we can push out to all of our networks?
Yes, I believe we're getting ready to put out a communication to council as well. And I believe there was also information on last week's city council communication from the city manager about the lookout alert and how to sign up.
Thank you. And then one question about the burn bans. So we have, it's not just oil and gas. We have numerous types of industrial and commercial operations that have potential for outdoor combustion, whether it's construction or oil and gas or car repair, various types of businesses. Is there any way by ordinance or by North Metro regulations or however we would do it to implement a burn ban or mitigation requirement for mitigation for those type of industrial operations during these high fire days?
So when we put in to affect the stage 2 fire restrictions, that encompasses everyone. So that would include those businesses as well. The harder thing obviously is the enforcement of it. So it's really self-policing or individuals letting us know that somebody's not in compliance. So that's where we would need help when we do have the fire restrictions, where we're getting calls from folks to let us know that there is somebody that's violating that. And then PD will go out and respond to that situation.
But I guess specifically, obviously it's tailored to all industrial operations, but oil and gas is obviously on top of mind for a lot of people. Is there a way to, under the current regulation, I know we don't have the ability to do that, but is there a way to, if we made it effective to all types of industrial commercial operations?
Councilmember Marshall, there is a way to do it where we could try to enact another layer of an enforcement ordinance, or of an ordinance that we could enforce, but I think we would still have the same challenge that Mr. Schuck was speaking about. Is we have inspectors on the ground for our oil and gas operations. We don't have that for a lot of those other operations. So enforcement would still be an issue. So we could strengthen that stage 2 burn ban and impose additional restrictions, but we're still going to have that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstad.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just wanted to thank staff for all the work on this pretty incredible plan. there's a lot to this, and I think a lot of our residents will have a lot of peace of mind reading that and knowing that they can get prepared for tough situations. My first question is on the CAD to CAD program that I know so many of our residents in Skystone are excited about. So I found out a few weeks ago that the Denver Regional Council of Governments is working with tons of North Metro communities to try and standardize that CAD to CAD data format so that it gets faster for those communities. I was just wondering if you guys are aware of that and if North Metro and Broomfield are plugged into that effort, because I think it'll be really useful in the future as other communities go through that same process.
Yeah, actually, and I'm not a technical expert on this, so have patience with me.
I was gonna say, I can't wait to hear this answer.
The essence of CAD to CAD is a hub that sets between disparate CAD systems. And it's basically a translation table that goes between there. So it can access information from one CAD system that goes through there, and then it's available to the other CAD systems. Those hubs are incredibly powerful. With the hub that we're using in the north area, we're hoping to get Boulder County, Weld County, other ones to participate in that hub, which is going to be, certainly I think it's something that's bound to happen in the future. And it's excellent for emergency operations centers, real-time resource availability and positioning for everybody. JeffCom and Netcom and JeffCom. Anyway, they have also stood up or standing up a hub of their own in that area. It's actually possible to even connect these two hubs. So there's a lot of functionality in that, and I think there should be some, as boring as it is to some people, there should be some public push for more districts, fire districts. It's a little dicier with police. While the CAD to CAD will connect police departments, there's jurisdictional issues that make it not as a powerful a tool. But we'd certainly like to see it. I'd certainly like to see it throughout the state.
Well, thank you for that answer. I didn't mean to put you on the spot with a technical question. Something I've heard a lot about over the years and I've spent a lot of time getting up to speed on. So I appreciate that answer. It's during the fire, my girlfriend and I definitely got an emergency bag that's ready to go now, and found those documents because it was really scary. So I just really appreciate staff getting all of this information together for our residents. And I guess my last comment is that some folks look at a lot of this is emergency preparedness, but some folks look at climate change in the abstract. And all of this stuff we're doing, and all of this stuff people are preparing for, are a direct response to how climate change is affecting us locally. So I just want to say that and make it clear to people that all of this, it's expensive, it's scary, the public's worried, and as we all should be. And it's a result of climate change. Largely. So I just want to make sure that's said, because I think it's an important thing people need to think about in these as these emergency situations continue. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim?
Yes, we have a distinction in representing Ward 3. Councilmember Sheff and I are having a diagonal that goes across the western border next to the open space that borders Broomfield. So we have we've heard concerns from La Gamora. We've heard concerns from Outlook. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for representing those concerns. I know there are Wildgrass Townhome residents here who are concerned. So I'm encouraged that you have reached out to some of the different groups in the community to do specific presentations. If other groups have specific questions and would want to meet to address those concerns, should they reach out to you? Do you have a plan to meet with certain areas and a certain timetable, or should they just after this meeting, reach out to you.
So we, Councilmember, thank you for the question. We do not have a plan to reach out to the various HOAs. There's a ton of HOAs in metro districts in the city and county of Broomfield. I'm happy to answer questions. And if we can, with our partners with North Metro Fire, we're happy to come out when there's, when we can set up a time to do that with some of those neighborhoods. Really what we wanted tonight to be was that education plan for those neighborhoods. So we were asking them to watch this. And then if they have follow-up comments, we'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you. Another question, do you have any openness to looking at the emergency level fire restrictions and expanding those? For example, the Table Mesa fire, Table Mountain fire that just occurred. I mean, it was discovered that it was caused by a drone that crashed and the lithium battery popped out and that kind of thing. So certainly on our burn restrictions, that kind of, you know, fire restriction is not there. So are you looking at expanding that as a possibility?
We currently are not, but we can definitely follow up with both North Metro and with the police department and see if that is something we want to look at expanding those.
Okay. The other in my neighborhood of Wildgrass, we just received a notice that Excel is going to begin a natural gas line pipeline project, which we knew was coming, but it's actually been scaled back a little bit. But they're going to be welding east of the reservoir, right by the public trucks and building and that the utility building. So, you know, if that's in over the next 6 weeks or something like that, I mean, that kind of thing. Do we have the authority at all to tell Excel, I mean, you should not be welding near that area and in a time of drought? Clay, I'm gonna take this one.
Okay.
We've had conversations with Excel. We've also had conversations with some of our contractors, particularly with those that do any kind of construction. They don't want their, from all of the conversations that we've had, the last thing they want is to endanger their workers. The last thing they want, especially on the high wind days. So even if even if the burn permit is in place because of the heat, without the wind, there's not the igniter. So it's really those two elements that need to be in play and not a breeze, right? But I mean, like a wind. The contractor said they wouldn't have their folks out there because it wouldn't even be conducive for them to be doing that kind of work, welding. Anyway, because of the wind, it would be virtually impossible. From Excel's perspective, they are open, communicative, and extremely responsive. I think if we had what we determined to be a legitimate request because those elements were in place, it would not be a heavy lift for us to contact Excel and say, listen, if there's a, wait in Colorado weather, right? Can you wait for an hour and a half? Or can you come back tomorrow? My guess, Councilmember Lim, is they would absolutely accommodate that. That's good to know. Thank you. The oil and gas question from the resident about the fire retardant washing off of the hay bales. Could the fire department address that?
I would be happy to. Good evening, Captain Riley with North Metro Fire. I appreciate the field promotion. My head's still spinning.
I'm going to just continue to refer to you as chief from this moment forward.
So that's a great question, Councilmember Lynn. We've actually gone out and looked at those bales because of the amount of concern that our citizens have about them. When we looked at them, based on experience with, say, hay bale fires in the past and hay pile fires, they don't really sparked a lot of concern from us, primarily because they are putting that fire retardant on. And the information that Extraction shared with us along quite a while ago, they said the applicator told them 6 to 12 month lifespan of that stuff. What we haven't done, and that occurs to me as the emergency manager for the fire district, we need to is go out under controlled conditions, since they have just treated those, and do the standard test under ideal conditions, so that we don't, catch them on fire and cause a big problem. But we will schedule to go out and test those straw bales. The other thing that the reason it didn't raise a lot of alarm for us is those are very, very tightly packed. So if they do catch fire, they're more likely to smolder for a long time, as opposed to just openly catch fire, like you would expect from a pile of firewood or timbers from a house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That would be helpful. That we would, I know some residents who would be relieved to know that you were going to test. Okay, that's wonderful. And the other resident who had oil and gas concerns about the technicalities of the temperature of a fire affecting the pads and the equipment on the pads, or the combustion of the operations, which Extraction carries on, which seem to be combustible even though they're not open flames. So we can't quite prohibit them. Could anyone address those concerns? Thank you. Mr. Valdez is coming down the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you, Councilmember Lim. So that was a great 6-part question, and the answers are on the dashboard. So I'd direct council and the residents to go look there. I don't have them all memorized, but if there's something in your mind you specifically want me to address, I might be able to remember.
Well, there was one statement on the dashboard that said there were, since there was no open burning, the restrictions did not apply. And so the resident pointed out that, well, the fire restriction was actually that there should be no activity that caused sparks, not just that there was no open burning. So the resident was pointing to the fact that it seemed that there would be activity on the pad that could cause sparks, even though it wasn't open burning. How would you address that question?
I see. Okay. So on Friday, they did do a full stand down of any hot work, which is grinding, welding, anything like that. And we even worked with them to also have an offsite designated smoking area. So there was nothing open intentionally, as we know, upset conditions can happen, but there was nothing causing an open flame during the level 2 restrictions.
Okay, thank you. And I will refer the resident to the extensive reply. Thank you for that extensive reply. I didn't look at that.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. This was a great presentation. This information, the more information like this we receive, the more prepared we will be. And I want to thank Councilman Lindstedt for his acknowledgement of climate change. And there's a recent Denver Post article, not acknowledging that this may be the new normal, stating that experts say Colorado can brace for more wildfires and larger ones as climate change worsens conditions globally. So this is the time to take this so seriously, because we're right on that border there of we've been lucky so far. So let's hope how it holds out, but we definitely need to be prepared. For the western boundaries and the increased mowing and 50-foot paths after the growing season, and that's actually included in the maintenance plan and not the hazard mitigation plan. I've received multiple residents who've reached out and said, hey, there's something about this 50-foot mowing or any of these ongoing plans. Is there a reason why we wouldn't include that mowing plan in the hazard mitigation plan?
Favorite question, Councilmember Anderson. when we started working on the hazardous mitigation plan, it was months and months ago, before the Marshall Fire. And if you remember, we kind of put it to rest for a little bit and then actually got it back up for the draft. So in those draft comments, those things will be addressed after we get those draft comments back in, before it moves on to the state FEMA or back to city council for final adoption.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. And then can you also address the question about the above ground power lines? That was on the Broomfield Voice. There's a question there concerning, just a desire to bury power lines as a potential ignition source in high winds. Has there been any thought put into that?
There has not been any conversation on that yet. We will go back and look at that comment on the Broomfield Voice and reach out to, well, I think we'll also talk with our city engineer and city staff about what that probability would look like. I would assume that we would really need those companies to come to us to talk about what that barrel would look like and to create the various construction drawings and things that would need to occur to bury those lines.
Okay, thank you for looking into that. It'd be good to have that information to return to the residents.
Councilmember Anderson, if I may just seek clarification, are you talking about like the Excel power lines, burying those?
Any above ground power lines, that the question of how many could actually be buried, especially this, the concern of the Broomfield Voice, if I recall correctly, was regarding along Midway area.
Mm-hmm.
But any power lines.
Thank you.
To look into that, that'd be great. And then I have a question on the firework enforcement. This might be best for the chief government or anyone who can address this. So I know in the Anthem area, we had a fire a couple of years ago from fireworks that landed near the, I can't think of the name of the site, just outside of Anthem. There's an oil and gas site, and it was a small fire. It burned quite a bit of the area there, and that has left this feeling of alarm in a lot of residents. This keeps coming up, and that point that 4th of July is coming soon, and it's all summer long. It's not just 4th of July. And how do we really start to help residents understand why we shouldn't be lighting off fireworks, and then also some type of enforcement to somehow start to curb that? It's become kind of habitual in some areas.
Yes.
We need the answer tonight.
I want to manage expectations in that I think the community will see a very robust PSA video that is almost completed. North Metro Fire stars in this video. And again, it's speaking to not only the preparation piece, but it behooves all of us as we move through. This is going to be a summer unlike any that we have ever seen before in the state of Colorado. The snowpack is melting quicker. I'm sure a lot of you saw the article. The news folks are indicating again, it's the trifecta that's coming, which is the hot weather, the no precipitation, and it's fraught with peril. And so again, I'd like to be able to say that it's going to be much better this year than it was last year. I can't say that. I can say again from an internal perspective, RPD doesn't mess around with fireworks. That is not something that we kind of do the finger pointing, particularly this year. So I think a lot of it, Councilmember Anderson, again, is following up on those PSAs, making sure that it is distributed widely. And it's counterintuitive. A lot of folks think, well, maybe you shouldn't have the fireworks show. The flip side of not having the fireworks show is that a whole lot of other people will have their own fireworks show. So again, we're all on high alert, and it's neighbors looking at neighbors, and really being able to say, where you come outside and say, don't do that here, and leaning in more than we ever would. Mr. Shuck, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would say too, a commercial fireworks show. Well, we had our first meeting today about that show. So it is well planned out. Our fire zones are well planned out. our response to that is well planned out. That's different than somebody who puts a firework in the middle of the street and pops it off. So we do a lot of planning and a lot of mitigation to ensure that that show is done as safely as possibly can. We can do it not only for the people on the ground, but also for the surrounding areas. In addition, I just want to reiterate what Manager Hoffman said is that, our other partners, HOAs, community groups, neighborhood groups, helping each other, holding each other accountable. Yeah, that's a primary way that we need to move forward with some of this, especially things like that, where neighborhood to neighborhood, neighbor to neighbor, you can have those conversations about, hey, let's not put each other at risk right now.
And I think that's a helpful point to say, like, everybody just wants to push it off on someone else and they don't want to necessarily push their neighbor, but that's a very fair point that you may be making. I just want to be very clear that these comments are all about the illegal fireworks and not the Broomfield fireworks display. I did not hear anybody saying they didn't want to see those go on. And then I just want to make that this is more of a comment if we want to address it, we can, but I looked at the map with the wildfire risk, which shows, the areas that are at the highest risk. And the Livingston site sits right adjacent to one of the highest risk areas. And then also the Northwest Pad is just to the east of another moderate risk area. So I think that's something just to, as we raise these concerns about the well pads, they're in high risk areas. So I hope that the operator is taking that very seriously as they move forward with the plans. And I also second James's, our Councilmember Marshall's, thought, is there something more we could add to that? Because a lot of our level 2 restrictions really don't apply to, it's more than just the cigarette smoking or something. They're working with hazardous chemicals on their sites. And then a couple more, just one or two more questions here. So the emergency management page, I think this was one that was really, really showed up during the Marshall fire, was that there wasn't like you'd go out to look for information and it doesn't always look like it's the most updated, even though it was the most recent message. When it gets you 3, 4, 5 hours old, there's that question of, is that really the most current information? So, and Manager Hoffman and I had this conversation earlier today that we need to make sure that that timestamp is being, even if it's the same information, that it's within an hour or two and constantly updated, in the midst of an ongoing emergency. That's just a comment. And I think that is it. So I appreciate this update. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Code.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I know we're coming close to the 8 o'clock break. Everybody's excited. I did want to add my congratulations on a very thorough review and postmortem, and I appreciate the segmented process to make sure every angle was covered. I'm reluctant to add one more thing. I think it might need to be mentioned, and it occurred to me after hearing Councilmember Hinkle talk about insurance. I think we all saw how many people were underinsured in Louisville and Superior after the fire. I probably, like everybody else, went and checked my home insurance immediately, since it's been 8 years since I bought my house and I was very underinsured. And I also got an education that just because you have $500,000 in replacement insurance doesn't mean they're going to give you $500,000. They're going to make you prove you have up to $500,000 and they might give it to you. So I think anything we can do to encourage homeowners to check their insurance coverage to make sure they're fully insured. Not that I want to make insurance companies more money, but avoid the effects of being underinsured and not being able to rebuild. I had 2 questions from your presentation earlier that's caught my attention. One was, I think the chief referenced wood fences as a major concern. Short of metal and concrete, is there any alternative for people other than Trex or some other more modern fence?
Yeah, it's not necessarily, I mean, the building material itself is important, but the construction of the fence. So for instance, Anthem has, and actually those are concrete fences behind it. They have that open web fencing. That's a little safer. Most of in my HOA, I have to have a fence that I have. So I think there's some catch up that needs to happen, in the planning of future communities or HOA rules anyway.
That's a good point. A lot of HOA rules were set a long time ago. My HA, we just recently changed them to allow Trex. I don't know if Trex is any less flammable, but that's the current favorite for new fences. And lastly, because it hasn't brought up, and it's interesting to do a whole postmortem without knowing the cause of the Marshall Fire. Do we have any idea of when that might come to light?
We don't know. Obviously, it's a very extensive investigation. The last update that I had heard would it still be a number of months before that investigation is completed. We're waiting for that, as a matter of fact, to help inform our future tactics and strategies as well. So, and mitigation stuff that we want to engage in, but it's a ways off. I would fear.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief too, but a number of things. I want to thank Mr. Schock and Chief for meeting with the Anthem Ranch Committee. I think you've been very helpful. We're having our public meeting tomorrow, so this is going to be very helpful for us to be able to share with our community. But I just want to encourage all of you to continue working with the HOAs. It's probably the best leverage for those communities that have HOAs to make sure that everybody continues to be up on this stuff. We talked about kind of like the 30,000 foot level tonight. And I know a lot of this goes deeper than that when you go to the website, whatever, but to the point that my colleague just made, issues like house, your insurance replacement, that's not something that most of us know much about. So encouraging our HOAs, encouraging our individual homeowners to have those conversations with their agent. Most people never talk to that agent again after they bought their house. It's just not something we think about. And many of the companies, I'm a USAA client, I guess, and they do an automatic every year and they update it, but it isn't adequate. And so after my long conversation with representative, I was able to increase my coverage. It still may not be enough because I really don't know. And I've talked to insurance agents who themselves don't really know. So this is more complex than just, don't forget to talk to your insurance agent and then leave it there. So the more details that could be given, I just think the better for all of us in that regard. The same thing with the Go kits. I'm sure there's probably examples of what you should include, but most of us would have no idea. You kind of at the last minute grab a can of dog food and off you go with your dog. But I know with the Marshall Fire, a lot of people left their pets behind, and so again, it's not that simple. So the more we can do in that regard, I think the better. I want to go back to the hay bales. For me, it's an image issue. Here we are talking about clean up all the stuff around your house, get rid of anything that's loose, anything that's flammable, and yet we drive by and we see bale after bale after bale lining along the whole road next to a pad. And whether or not that material lasts for 6 months or 12 months or whatever it may be, it's the image of this stuff lining pads where we're all scared that a fire might take place there. So my urge would be look for a different kind of material that would give a better impression to people who don't know that there is a fire retardant that may be sprayed on there. So you can test those retardants all you want. We still have the problem of people driving behind saying, oh my God, what's going on here? And couldn't this create a major problem? Related to that, on these level codes, Manager Hoffman, I thought that was good, and I appreciate Mr. Valdez explaining how you all talked to the extractors on that day, and they were not going to do anything to create any grinding or anything that could create a spark. Can we count on that being the norm now, or will you have to call every time there is a level 2 or a level whatever because again, we're going to get emails like we did a whole bunch of people saying, stop them from doing anything, put trucks in front of their facilities so they can't get in around. People are really scared. And anything we can do to ease their fears, I think, without missing the point that this is serious stuff, I think would be beneficial.
Councilmember Leslie, we don't trust, we verify.
That's right.
We're on these like hawks.
You are, but
they would say that they would institute these controls regardless. But I mean, we're in constant contact with the representatives. We were in
in this instance, in touch with representatives the night before. We knew that it was gonna be a red flag day, so we're proactive on this.
And that's great, and I commend you for that. It would be nice, though, if there was a way to be able to assert that they are being accountable to those stipulations. And yes, you want to verify. And maybe in time, they'll know that you're going to be verifying, but if there was some way we could say to the citizens with certainty that they are abiding by those codes, just as we expect you to be, you, Mr. Neighbor, to be abiding by those codes. I mean, we've got some things too about people burning out, outdoor burnings and things like that, and yet people are scared. So anything we can do to say, this is the standard, and we expect everybody across the whole county to abide by that standard, including the extractors, I think that would be helpful.
And we absolutely agree. Twofold, we will always have to verify. So setting a standard of expectations, I can say that when we contacted them the night before saying, this is what the level of expectations were, we didn't have to cajole them, we didn't have to convince them. They too want their people safe, and they too want their resources. So again, it's mutually beneficial from the perspective of no one wants to be outside on these 80-mile wind days, whether it was dry or not, right? So again, that trifecta, we are going to see this through the entire summer. We've never had Mr. Shuck and Chief Bybee. We haven't implemented this. Was the first time that we implemented? Is it not the first time in Brookfield's history to activate
Fire restriction, to my knowledge, yes.
The level 2.
Yes.
And I'm just advocating for trust to be built by being able to say, in whatever means we can, media and otherwise, that we're having those conversations. We're assured that they are abiding by the code when that code is established, so that we can help our neighbors be less concerned and be less frantic about this.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. But we wouldn't say that they're abiding by it until we're on the pad checking to say, hey, guess what? They abided by it.
Well, again, I assume that in time, enough of those checks verifying that they are abiding, then there'll be a lesser need to continue to verify because you know that they're abiding by those stipulations.
I don't think we will ever get to that point, Councilmember Leslie. And they are on, they are, as I look at Mr. Valdez, yeah, the hair on our neck is, we anticipate that they're on track right now to be gone in August.
Good. Well, again, I just, the more we can create that level of trust by showing that the city and the county are in fact on top of these things, I think the better. This gentleman, I really appreciated your presentation. Again, the responsibility of each of us, and you raised the point of these vent covers. I don't know that anybody probably in your neighborhood, except maybe you, knows where to get them, what they are, how to apply them. So again, anything that could be done by us to explain to people, where do you go, what do you buy, how do you apply it, anything like that would really make a big difference, because most of us just don't know. We've never thought about these things before. We've never checked, I've checked my vents now, but I didn't last year, So I think those are things that would really be helpful. The more detail that could be provided, the better. And then the last point is just, like you mentioned, I really appreciate Excel Energy and certainly United Power, which only has a part of it. But I would think they want to be involved in this as much as possible as well. And I haven't seen them included in this process. And I'd just like to urge you to do so, because they also have means to communicate. They also have to do things if there's a fire, like shut off the gas for everybody, not just for those in the immediate zone. And I would think they would want to have access to our resources and ours to theirs to help improve communication around these kinds of issues.
Councilmember Leslie, they are excellent partners. They were lockstep with us through the Marshall fire. And in fact, they were one of the first to set up a distribution for heaters in conjunction with the Red Cross. So we have a great relationship with our Excel reps.
Yeah, and I know that, I'm aware of that. But I'm just suggesting that there should be some way of identifying them as our partners in this emergency process.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we are gonna go ahead and take our break. I just had one question. Is the Lookout Alert an app?
It is an app.
It's an app,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
So could we find it now?
Yes, you can download it right now from the App Store
Okay,
Absolutely.
hear that, y'all. Lookout Alert app.
and then sign up. Yeah.
So we're distracted over here on the dice because that's exactly what we're doing. So, yes, yes, it is.
This has been a wonderful community conversation. We definitely have a high level of engagement because it's on everybody's mind. The fear is real. So I appreciate everybody bearing with us and for having patience. We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. This is the first time we haven't gotten to public comments before 8:10, but we will get there. So we'll come back at 8:21. Thank you.
Hi, I'm trying to start to go. Yes.
All right, I'll follow. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Welcome back, everyone, and thanks again for your patience. We're going to move to general public comment next. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items already listed elsewhere on this evening's agenda. As mentioned earlier, the public may comment both in person or on the phone. And if you're joining on the phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3. If you're joining in person, please line up behind the podium. Public comments will be limited to the time limits outlined earlier. Starting with in-person public comment, if there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. And please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Now, as the chair, since the item section 18 is not something we're really going to vote on rather than give direction, I'm going to go ahead and allow those who are here to speak on 18A to go ahead and speak now. It's going to be a long night.
All right, thank you, Mayor Castrata and City Council members. My name is Leslie O'Brien, and I am a mom, a wife, and a resident of Broomfield, Colorado, 80023. I'm also, sorry to read that. I'm also the local group lead for the Broomfield Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. We wholeheartedly support Council Member Schaaf's proposal to explore the impact of and bring awareness to gun violence in Broomfield. Local officials no longer have to sit by and watch as gun violence impacts their communities. By passing common sense local gun safety laws, local elected officials can now protect their communities from the impacts of gun violence. Senate Bill 256, which was enacted last year, repealing preemption, declared that the officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to regulations necessary in their local jurisdictions. In an average year, 850 people die by guns in Colorado. City council members have the power to keep guns out of sensitive places, prohibit open carry of firearms, limit certain types of dangerous firearms, and better regulate gun dealers. We will go city to city, county to county, and to make sure that local officials know what they can do to keep us safe and that they know that they have the support to get it done. Thank you for pursuing this life-saving work.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, and we're going to move on. I don't see anybody online. Council's community and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So we heard from Mr. Dick Wolf earlier today. He's a Ward 3 resident. I just wanted to congratulate him and inform the rest of council that he has been appointed to the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District and the municipal sub-district representing the city and county of Broomfield. So it's great to have a seat on that board from Broomfield, and I believe that we will be well served by Mr. Wolf. This is being back into spring and being kind of on the other side of COVID restrictions. A lot of nonprofits are having their fundraisers this spring. And so I wanted to highlight too, Backstory Theater is doing a fundraiser, not just anything, a fundraiser for Wellspring, which is their new plays and new musicals. That's going to be happening on May 20th. Somehow their director, Mary Wilkie, convinced me to even sing a little bit during that evening. So I don't know how she did it, but she did. Another one is the Butterfly Effect Theater Company of Colorado, formerly known as Betsy Bullard County Theater Company. They will be holding their Chrysalis Ball on June 12th at the Butterfly Pavilion. You can also catch Betsy this summer with their traveling theater truck show. They'll be securing their dates, and hopefully they will have a date in Broomfield very soon. So I just wanted to put those out there. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. Yes, we'd like to salute the Broomfield Youth tomorrow evening. The Broomfield Youth Recognition Awards ceremony is tomorrow evening, celebrating those youth who overcame personal adversity and who were able to create positive change despite their adversity. So that recognition ceremony will occur tomorrow evening. Thank you, Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 announcements. I'll keep them pretty short though. Our Metro Area County Commissioners met last week and we have prioritized housing as a #1 priority and to prevent homelessness. And so we're working as a region. First, we're learning about the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, and we are all educating ourselves first to have that sort of first line of education. And then we should be moving forward regionally, really advocating for housing across the counties. The second announcement is that today I am sunburned because we had the opening of the Academy Police Department. And I'm so proud of all of our residents that are in this housing and proud of our community. Broomfield provided waivers. We had, millions of dollars pumped in even from the state and HUD and also from, private entities as well, like Aetna. We have a summit housing group too that really included, our Afghan refugees. They were there today speaking at this event and talking about their personal experiences. And for them to have this housing here that's affordable, it's 30% to 60% AMI, is just wonderful for these families. So very thankful for them. And Summit Housing Group even provided halal meals tonight delivered at sunset. I thought that was really a great place to have sort of, equity in the situation. So we're very proud. You look at my council member page and also Mayor Guyleen Castriata, we were both there, and Lieutenant Governor Diana Primavera as well, and look at our posts and you can read more information about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to piggyback on Councilmember Schaaf's plugs, 2 things. The Colorado Conservatory of Dance, it's having their 20th anniversary of Julia Wilkinson Manley's Blossom Ball. She was one of their longtime instructors at this nonprofit, and they do a lot of great work with youth in the dance community. And it says here that their programs, the proceeds from this program are going to serve over 22,000 individuals and elementary and Title I students across Brookfield, Adams, Boulder, and Jefferson County. So it'll be a pretty fun event this Friday. And then I believe on May 7th, a Saturday, in a couple of weeks, the Brookfield Community Foundation is having a fun event. It's Broomfield Derby Days. It's kind of we're going to be watching the Kentucky Derby and having a lot of fun events, and silent auction and cool stuff along with that as well. And that is going to go be at Spartan College here in Broomfield. It's one of our local pilot training schools, I believe. So a couple of fun things if you want to get out in the community. Check it out.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7C by title?
7A, approval of minutes from April 12th, 2022 regular meeting. 7B, resolution number 2022-63, authorizing and approving an agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Civil Specialties Inc. for the Main Street and Miramonte Boulevard Drainage Improvement Project. 7C, resolution number 2022-64, authorizing an amendment to the agreement between the city and county of Broomfield and Burns and McDonald Engineering Company Inc. for the Broomfield Tanks Design Project.
Thank you. We will now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have any comments on these agenda items? I'm not seeing you online. Does any member of council have any comments on these agenda items? Councilmember Lim?
On 7B, which is the drainage improvement at Main Street in Miramonte. It's great that the staff was able to schedule that in the summer recess for the school, so that avoids some traffic. But do we have any anticipated closures? Do we expect that intersection in Ward 3 at Main and Miramonte is going to be closed in its entirety at all over those 60 days?
Ms. Allen is going to the. It's always a long walk now to that podium over there on the side.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. I'm Katie Allen, City County Engineer. The answer is, I'm not sure. I don't know if we have a traffic control plan approved yet from the contractor. I would anticipate based on the plans, we have partial closures, so one-lane closures, but based on the work, I'm hoping they can do it without a full closure.
Okay, my other question is on 7C. I think it's your question. So thank you very much for answering my questions about the water tanks and the pump station and the pumps and their efficiency. I guess just looking ahead, I mean, we're approving what is it, $1.7 million just for the design. So do we have an anticipated time frame for the construction of this project? And do we have any kind of ballpark in what this is going to cost for this pump station?
I'm going to start with the cost because I'm hoping our project manager, Rhonda Jo Alford, can come down here and help me with the schedule question. Our ballpark for the tanks and pump station is 30 to 40 million.
That's jaw dropping, everyone. Yeah, which is, I'm gonna have Rhonda Jo answer the schedule question. That case in point of what we're going to be coming back with council on the CIPs. So what was budgeted for that was about a third.
So with the schedule, I'm answering for Rhonda Jo. I appreciate all our help and support here tonight, but we're looking at the end of 2023 as a start and then a 2-year time period.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Allen, can you just hang right there for just a moment? We have another council question.
Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So maybe you were anticipating my question. So question on 7B as well. Looking at that, the main Miramonte drainage improvement, the intersection, of course, the full closure is going to be a big sticking point, especially as Councilmember Lim and I have dealt with the Aspen Creek full closure or Aspen Street full closure. That was, quite the issue for residents. But this intersection is, I'm sure is very important for those residents that live around there, as well as those that commute east to west, north to south in that area. So, but I'm curious regarding, we're having a conversation later this evening about budget and CIPs. Are the conditions there with this, drainage area, are the conditions such that this project could be delayed years, or is this something that is past due and needs to be addressed soon?
I would consider it past due. The intersection inundation with heavy stormwater and the icing is a safety hazard. And it's hard to predict economics, but construction costs generally keep increasing. So.
Councilmember Schacht, it's a slippery slope that we as a community have been in with deferred maintenance. So the projects that moving forward that staff bring on the agenda, not only have they been vetted from a need perspective, but generally what you all are seeing are not new top of minds. What you all will be seeing for the next 2 years is the lists of deferred that have been postponed for one reason or another that are now reaching to the top of must be done.
I thank you for your answer to this question. This is one that's going to be asked of both Councilmember Lim and myself, is can we delay this because the impacts are going to be seen and are going to be felt as this work continues. So it's great to have that answered, that question now, especially as we go into the conversation. So thank you.
Manager Huffman, can I just respond to the Aspen Street closure in comparison to this project? So that, is a narrow road, and they were putting in a large box culvert for Franco. It's like a 6-week job. I don't think this job would have to be closed, but if it were, I think this would be like 2 days. So I wouldn't say those were close to comparable projects in terms of scope.
Any other council member comments on these items? All right, is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A through 7C be approved? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Marshall.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We have one item for the Board of Social Services consideration this evening, proposed resolution number 2022-46-BSS, authorizing and approving the Department of Human Services required representation. The meeting of the Board of Social Services is called to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Anderson, here. Cohen,
Here.
Hinkle,
Here.
Jezerski, here. Lee,
Here.
Lynn, here. Lindsay,
Here.
Marshall,
Here.
Chef,
Here.
Ford.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Board members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And Council Director Casey has a 1.5-minute presentation. And time starts right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board, Dan Casey, Department of Human Services Director. And as Manager Hoffman said, I think this will be a pretty quick presentation, just a technical cleanup. As you recall, back in April of 2022, we had just decommissioned our Health and Human Services Advisory Council. And with that decommissioning left a couple of holes that we were historically using HSAC for. One of those is our Citizen Review Panel, and that's statutorily named Citizen Review Panel. We wish it was Resident Review Panel, but that panel is specifically designed in statute to review complaints or grievances against our child welfare staff during the conduct of their business. We have not used that panel since 2015. It's a very antiquated statute, and I think that technical cleanup on that statute is actually being discussed now at the state level. There are probably 3 or 4 other avenues that folks would have to get their complaint heard, most notably the Child Protection Ombudsman, which was created in, I believe, 2015 or 16. And that is for folks that have any issues with their child welfare system or child protection system to reach out to the Ombudsman's office. They can complain through our Colorado Department of Human Services, our CCOE complaint process. So there's many avenues that folks can go through to file grievances. Also, with our Citizen Review Panel, they're making recommendations to the department head, which is me, and any conduct that would be detrimental to safety or kids' welfare, that would be addressed by us internally and also through an HR process. So just some high-level background on that. We are recommending that our Citizen Review Panel be our Board of Social Services, and at least 3 members of that board be identified for that Citizen Review Panel. The only stipulation is 1 member has to have minor children, which I think this board could accommodate. And then I also think that the commitment for that is very minimal. In fact, I don't anticipate seeing that or using that anytime in the near future. The second one is our Family Preservation Commission. And this again is a child welfare commission that we had previously used HSAC for.
We actually started transitioning to our collaborative management program to serve as this function. So we would like to continue that practice of allowing our collaborative management program, IOG, a lot of acronyms, our intergovernmental, I'm gonna have to look down here. Our intergovernmental oversight group. So that's a group comprised of 10 mandatory partners to enter into the MOU with the state of Colorado. By statute, we have to include 10 mandatory partners. I do have a list of those partners. If you would like me to read those, I can. We actually have 14 because we've included 4 of our local nonprofits on our IOG. So that group would serve as our Family Preservation Commission. And then our last one is the Community Services Block Grant Tripartite. This is a group that's designed to advise the department on how to use our CSBG block grant funding. That grant funding is about $37,000 for the year. It's not a lot of money. Traditionally, we've had about 6 or 8 folks on that board. We are recommending that we move to 3, which is required by statute. And those members would be a representative from the low income client, former client, or person who has had direct or firsthand experience with poverty. Number 2 would be an elected official or their appointed representative. And number 3 would be private sector, which includes business, industry, labor, or religious organizations. So we're asking that we move that to 3 members. Currently, we have a member on this board that serves on our tripartite committee, which is Councilmember Henkel. And we would also recommend that she remain in that role on the tripartite board. That board meets 2 times per year at minimum. Typically, it's only twice a year, and it's $37,000. We're not putting a lot of people at a table to discuss how to use $37,000. That doesn't make sense to us. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does anyone in person want to have a comment on these items? No, all right. We'll move to council member questions and comments. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation and all this information. I do think it's wise to restructure this. And I've been a proud partner on the CGB. I can't even pronounce it sometimes. CGB, I can't. I'm not. CGB.
A lot of acronyms, I guess.
Yes, and being military wife for a long time, I'm over it, to be honest. I would like to say that I didn't see anything on there about having some sort of, is there like a quorum, or if you don't hit that quorum, do we have any sort of alternates, and what would be that plan?
No, these traditionally aren't decision-making groups. These are advisory. So even with the tripartite board, it's advisory to utilize those funds. With our community, our citizen review panel, that again is advisory. That's not a decision-making that would require a vote. There will have to have a quorum.
Okay. I thought for sure that we needed a quorum on ours, but I could be wrong. I also reached out to a person who's a foster parent, and she just wanted to give this information to me and do with it what you will. She did say, I think that with every new board, it's important to make sure equity is at the table. I think in this case, it means having families who have been involved in CPS cases, and maybe parents who have had even their children removed have their experiences at the table. So possibly reaching out to those entities. She said, I think too, people don't always know how to file a grievance, or maybe something happened that doesn't necessarily require a formal write-up for a grievance, but that a community council should be aware of. So maybe monthly meetings versus only when an official grievance is filed. Is there something that triggers an official grievance? I guess that's my follow-up question to this statement.
Yeah, I think the board member Henkel, the best answer to that is there's anything that we do, any conduct that we have as a city or county body is you can file a complaint or a grievance against anything pretty much. With our processes, there's so many layers and places you can file a grievance. I know for foster care in particular, we do talk about the Child Protection Ombudsman. We talk about being able to file a complaint with our internal child welfare team or our child, adult, and family services team. The state Department of Human Services has a link on their homepage where you can file a complaint again about any human services. Really, it doesn't have to be child protection. So there's many places where complaints can be filed. The citizen review panel would be specifically to review misconduct by a child welfare employee. And again, there's other ways that that happens now. Again, we would take that through human resources, human resources process, more of a progressive discipline type approach. So again, I don't know why this particular foster parent wouldn't understand where the avenues were for complaining, or grieving. But I know that there's many places that can happen. We actually even have an internal Department of Human Services process that runs separate from any of our program divisions. It goes to our operations team.
Okay, so any grievance could be like an email, or they have to fill out a specific form?
No, it could be anything. It could be an email, it could be a form. Again, the state does have a form. We do have a form as well on our website. And then the ombudsman, you would go to their website and file your grievance with their process.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Any other board member comments or questions? Next is the board's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-46-BSF. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-46-BSS by title?
Resolution number 2022-46-BSS, authorizing and approving the Department of Human Services required representation.
Is there a motion, Councilmember Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2022-46-BSS be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Hinkle.
Second?
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Casey. Seeing there's no further business before the Board of Social Services, the meeting is adjourned. There is no business before the Board of Health this evening. And the first item under council business this evening is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-61, authorizing and approving the first amendment of the City and County of Broomfield budget for 2022. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Executive Officer Brenda Ritchie is going to walk us through this item. And this is the council will notice the discussions that have been occurring since 2020 about staff compensation philosophy. You will, Ms. Ritchie will walk us through the first item of recalibrating the shift in salary in merit salary ranges. So again, staff requested and council approved our ability to move the range, which was significant, impacted over 700 positions. It's a 3-year process. Next year, we'll be looking at compression. We know that's continuing to be a really difficult thing and something that needs to be done incrementally. So this is the first step is the salary range adjustments. We included merit on top of that. We were the only municipality in county that did the salary ranges adjustment in addition to the merit, thus the dollar amount. And Ms. Ritchie also leaves tomorrow, so we're kicking her out for a long overdue 4 years in the waiting for her to spend some time with her family, leaving for India tomorrow. So this is her last official announcement, and she can leave her phone and computer in the back while she leaves this evening. Ms. Ritchie.
Thank you, City Manager Hoffman, and good evening, Mayor, members of Council. As Ms. Hoffman indicated, the items for consideration this evening are regarding amending the budget that was adopted in October of 2021, which relates to the operating and capital appropriations. During that process, basically during that development process, based on the information available at the time and based on the forecast, we made those decisions to develop the budget and appropriations. As we know from the last couple of years, those best laid plans need to be able to withstand and be agile in order to change. And so what we'll see in not only tonight, but what's to come yet ahead in our budget amendments and kind of a preview those increasing costs, those escalating costs that we're seeing will continue to require us to be fluid in our budget. So having to make those funding decisions. So next slide, please. So in keeping with past practices, we are looking at rolling over our grants operating and capital. So what that means is these next two slides really highlight that standard practice of looking at grants specifically, anything that was not spent in the previous fiscal year or maybe crossed due to the fact that we have 3 different timing cycles. So we're looking at federal funding, state funding, and other outside funding awards could operate on a different timing cycle. So therefore, we might not have either received those funds, and which would require us to amend the budget to allocate those dollars in 2022, or we just weren't able to spend those dollars. You'll notice that we have the ARPA American Rescue Plan Act for that 10 million. That is the first tranche that we did receive in 2021. We did not appropriate those dollars because again, they are one-time dollars. But now with the council action this evening, what it will allow us to do is to be able to appropriate those funds for expenditures related to those defined projects that will alleviate the strain that we have on the general and enterprise funds. And then with our our operating rollovers, those are just due to either delays or contractual changes that again were not able to complete in 2021. Therefore, you're requesting to move those forward. Next slide, please. And as with the operating and capital, operating and grants, we have our capital projects rollovers. So again, these are all of those because again, January to December is our fiscal year. That does not mean that we will be able to complete all of our capital projects within that given year. So what this allows us to do is take those ongoing projects that we have, and as City Manager Hoffman mentioned, and City and County Engineer Katie Allen had discussed in terms of moving forward those capital projects, what we're seeing is those cost escalations. So it's going to require us to really take a look at what are those deferred maintenance, moving those and elevating to the top and determining what those obligations are. So we've identified those projects that need to move forward and roll into 2022 is approximately 83 million. Next slide, please. So it's also as part of this first amendment, what we are requesting is additional dollars. So what that is an increase to the appropriations that were provided because there were things that happened throughout the year to this point that required us that were not either planned for, or again, there might have been a change in scope. So the 2.4 million, I do want to note, is not a direct correlation to the 8 FTE. So what that 2.4 really indicates is both operating and personnel. So we might have some new positions that started, but then we also have additional costs, whether that's escalation of costs. For example, our attorney agreement with the district attorney's office, those costs have increased, as well as our coroner expenses have significantly increased. So that wasn't previously budgeted. So in order to be able to cover those obligations, we need to increase the appropriations for 2022. Next slide, please. So then from a capital perspective, we also see those increased costs and obligations here, and those total approximately 440,000. Next slide. And so as City Manager Hoffman had mentioned, per council direction last year, we were taking a look at how to become more competitive and in order to not only attract, but retain employees. And so our partners in human resources did an amazing job of really taking the market analysis, trying to really dive in and analyze where those positions should be in terms of, so if you recall, we typically have budgeted at the 50th percentile, and what that means is midpoint. So based on council direction to move to that 60th percentile, we obviously see that comes with a cost. And so what that last line of the compensation philosophy shift is that impact. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody's getting paid at the 60th percentile. What it allows us to have is the capacity for those budgets. We want to make sure that if there's a vacancy and based on performance, based on experience, how those individuals are performing determines where they are in that salary range. And so therefore, we want the flexibility and ability to have that budgeted. So therefore, that's that last line. You also see that equal pay for equal work is, that's a carryover from 2019. We continuously look at ensuring equity among our positions and the work that's being done and performed within that. So that increase will always continue to be monitored and evaluated on an annual, if not semi-annual basis to ensure that we are adequately and equitably paying our staff. And so we also have, as Ms. Hoffman mentioned, the merit adjustments. So because we moved the ranges, our previous budget was based on the prior ranges. So when we moved the ranges, we needed to adjust that merit pool as well. And then we also evaluated the police market and made an adjustment there. So that's kind of the compensation shift and philosophy and the dollars associated with that. Next slide, please.
I want to take just a minute and just tell you on behalf of all the employees how truly grateful. Again, other councils and communities haven't taken that leap because we understand what dollar amounts it takes to do that. So on behalf of everyone, it's brave of you to have allowed us to do that. We're grateful.
Wrapping up our general governmental funds, this is just an outlook. Right now, I do want to state that this is unaudited numbers. So what we did was take the previous budget, what we had anticipated in the budget for the beginning balance. We started there with these operating adjustments of approximately $12 million, leaves us with a projected fund balance of 3.6. I can say that we do anticipate after the audit, which is coming in June for council discussion, those financials, I anticipate that those numbers will be higher, but just wanted to give, again, it's a fluid process and we will adjust the budget as soon as we have those final numbers and come back at a later time. So this just gives again, a forecast of where we anticipate the fund balance to be, but we still consider it healthy. Next slide, please. And so our final slide has to do with the Housing Authority and the Housing Division. So it all has to do with timing. When the budget was adopted last year, we did not formally have an executive agreement to have the Independent Housing Authority. Therefore, we had to adopt the budget under the previous authority, which the fund is maintained by the City and County of Broomfield as a separate entity from an accounting practice standpoint. So after the agreement was made and per the terms of the IGA and those obligations, it was determined that we would set aside $3 million in that would remain in the Housing Authority Fund. The remaining balance of that 3.3 would then transfer to a restricted account maintained by the City and County of Broomfield and be segregated for the purposes of the Housing Division. And as you can see, what their initiatives are going forward for the Housing Division is that's continued support of those grants as well as support of areas like the Crosswinds, Arista, and the Northwest Department. So that will continue and that will continue under the Housing Division, and we will fulfill our obligation to transfer the total $3 million. In fact, we'll do our, as soon as this is approved, we have a wire set to go out for the first 2 payments to the Independent Housing Authority tomorrow. So that will, once all of the funds have transferred, we will formally dissolve the fund that was dedicated under the previous Housing Authority for clean reporting. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ritchie. Next are public comments. Does any member of the public have any comments on this agenda item? I'm not seeing any online. So we'll move on to questions from council. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions? Councilmember Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for the presentation. Thanks for all the work that has gone into this. I did have one question on one of your slides. It was the general governmental funds anticipated current projects slide. Could you explain a little bit further what's happening with those numbers in terms of the, I believe it was the previous end of year balance, current beginning balance and then how the audit falls into that.
Sure, so let me pull that slide. So in terms of the beginning fund balance, and it's strictly looking at the general governmental funds, what it allows for us to do is project where we anticipated revenues less expenditures. So all of the revenues coming in minus the expenditures that we had to pay for obligations at the end of the year leaves us with a balance. That balance then becomes the next year's beginning fund balance. So when we projected and we adopted the 22 budget, our beginning fund balance estimation was 17 million. We anticipate that given, again, we were pretty fiscally conservative, being mindful and prudent as we moved through the budget process, again, not knowing where the pandemic was going to lead and cause our revenues to go. So we were fiscally conservative. Therefore, as the numbers are coming in on the actual revenues that were collected, we're seeing a higher number. So therefore, in a future amendment, what you'll see is that number to be the actuals of where did we truly end 2021 after we close the books. So that will become what we have available to spend for cost increase or those one-time hits that occur. And so when we reduce that by the operating expenditures, the additions outside of our base leaves us with our projected fund balance. Keep in mind that that is separate from our reserve and is completely independent and does not impact the reserves that we continue to contribute to.
All right, so it probably helps a lot of people. It's not helping me. And I'm through with one cup for the night. So the 17 million that is there, that is what we had in the 2022 budget that we have currently. The 12 million, that is the adjustments that we're seeing with the amendments that we're seeing tonight.
That's correct.
So I'm getting, when I start to look at those numbers that we have there, the compensation philosophy, $3.5 million, plus some of those other, hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's the CIP dollars of 10 million. Is that where we're starting to see where that $12 million is coming from?
That's a great question and distinction. So the previous slides were all funds. This is strictly the general governmental. So when you're looking at those compensation shifts, that's including, so we've segregated out on the compensation, the general governmental versus enterprise. However, on the capital, that's going to be split between, so capital is independent. We have sales and use tax for that. And then even within some of those other operating costs, they can split between funds. So it might be a totality of what we're seeing here is only the general governmental funds.
Okay, so what we're seeing is that that we were positive coming into the year. We are going to make further adjustments, but even with those adjustments, we're still going to be positive 3.6 million.
At the end of the year, correct. We will carry over, we anticipate carrying a positive balance into 2023.
Okay, all right, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Leslie?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to compliment you and the team on the personnel side of this thing. This is a major undertaking. I've been through this myself. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of research, a lot of negotiations internally to make sure everything is balanced and everything is working effectively. It's going to take time to implement this too, and for the folks to really understand exactly how they are being affected by these changes. But this is a major undertaking and a major achievement. And again, I think it speaks to the values of the county in terms of respecting our employees. And I think this is a very, very valuable and important initiative. And I just want to congratulate City Manager Hoffman and you and the rest of the team for that. I received an email where it was suggested that the general fund expenditures have increased from 99 million to about 133 million, about a 34% increase over last year. Can you speak to that at all? Does that sound accurate to you? And if so, what generally is the cause of that escalation?
Without looking at the numbers and where they came from, I would.
They're just numbers.
Speak to it. So I'd be happy to answer that question if I can get additional.
Yeah, that's all that I was given was that this increase from X to Y 34% increase, no detail, no suggestion, no, you know.
I can say generally, so what we have seen increases over the last year, and we're continuing to see that based on the market volatility, supply and demand change. So we are seeing, we've done several procurement bids and solicitations where we're seeing cost escalations from 30 to 60% right now on a lot of our bids that are coming back. So we're seeing that operationally as well as on the capital side. So I can say that that supply demand and the supply chain issues that are happening are creating a bottleneck, if you will, for certain areas that are then in turn causing us to increase those costs. So there's that, along with insurance premiums have, as we're seeing globally, nationally, with disasters rising, those insurance premiums are rising as well. And so the coverage may decrease, but we're required, cybersecurity is a great example where less carriers are willing to insure and reduce that amount, but yet the coverage to do so is increasing at alarming rates. But again, in order to provide that, so that could be contributing to it, but again, without seeing the numbers.
No, I appreciate that. That's a good response. I appreciate it. But inflation, generally, additional activity on our behalf, on behalf of the county and the city. Clearly, the complexity of our overall budget and operating requirements would suggest that inflation is having an effect across the spectrum, that it's not just quote overspending.
And Councilmember Leslie, if I may, so, and we talked about it during the fiscal sustainability conversation. You can take any one of these slides, and if you take just that slide without what comes before it or what comes after it, it's going to meet whatever message it is, regardless of what that message is. You're gonna find a way to get to what your message is. The shift in budgeting also accounts for when we do the seismic shift, and I wish I would have never said change in philosophy. I'd like to roll that back. Again, when you see the rollovers, being conservative on the amount of revenue, right? Because it's much easier, and it kind of gets to Councilmember Schaaf's point. When you're looking at, in the past, again, we've always had a balanced budget. It's what pots we've used to balance that budget. I would prefer to have an accurate, thoughtful, intentional balance, no matter what the balance is, rather than having, whether it be artificial or inflated, of the funds that we don't really have available, where we're banking on those one-time funds. So if you look back at 2020, you're going to see enormous rollovers because of those funds that we use to balance. You're not going to see that now because we're not having an artificial number. So again, when we shore up in June, you will see, because we're pretty good at what we've spent, right? But it takes that time in order to shore up the revenues that are coming in and ensuring that the budget is based on the revenue, not on the expenses. So we're not backing into it. So again, it's not a philosophical shift, but it is one that requires, particularly those that have been watching the budget over the last 10 years, to give us the opportunity for us to meet and walk through what that different looks like with regards to how we're balancing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? All right, then. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-61. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-61 by title?
This resolution number 2022-61, authorizing and approving the First Amendment to the City and County of Broomfield budget for the year 2022.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Schaaf?
So moved.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you. All those in favor? Oh, wait, is there any discussion? Yes. Okay, there is. I just want to say how proud I am of our council, because I think what you're seeing is we're protecting our most valuable asset. and that is the people that work here. And we made it a priority, and that's a lot to be proud of. So thank you all for doing that with me. All right, so that's it. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. Have a wonderful vacation home. Thank you for all your help. All right, moving on. 11B. Next is the public hearing and council's consideration of two proposed resolutions relating to a proposed commercial development south of West 112th Avenue and west of Sim Street. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We'll follow the city standard public hearing procedures as previously outlined. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you. Ms. Bertanzetti is joining us tonight. She's co-director of community development with always a stellar brief presentation. Nobody does it better. Ms. Bertanzetti.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I will try to be brief, but the project is really large this evening for Sims Technology Park. And I'm also going to try and work in some of the questions that we've received by email from some of the council that had provided questions in advance for me, as well as from members of the public that we received through other correspondence. So again, Anna Bertanzetti, Planning Director and Co-Director for Community Development. If I can have the next slide. So St. John Properties has submitted an application. There's a few parts. We have a PUD plan amendment, final plat, site development plan, as well as a request to utilize a portion of open space for right-of-way. The property is 80.61 acres, and it is going to be used for commercial and employment uses. The site is located west of Sims and south of 112th. It's about 1 1/3 mile east of Indiana Street. Soil testing has not been requested for this project. Similarly placed projects such as Skystone and projects completed in the ridge to the north also did not do soil testing due to proximity to rocky flats. Projects in closer proximity to Indiana, such as the Watermark Apartments, which recently proceeded through concept review, were requested to do soil testing prior to proceeding with their site plan. The owner has agreed to provide a disclosure regarding the site's proximity to rocky flats as being within 2 miles to the future lessees or a purchaser of property within the subdivision. The exact wording of that disclosure has not been specified as part of this application, but staff can work with the developer to finalize that disclosure language prior to them proceeding with the project. This is similar to how we've handled other disclosures in the past, such as proximity to public trails and disclosures regarding proximity to railroads and other uses. The proposal, as I mentioned, will also allow for a street to cross an area that was previously dedicated as right-of-way. The applicant's proposal includes 5 single-story office buildings, 2 4-story Class A office buildings, 6 flex research and development buildings, a retail building, 3 pad sites, and 3 pad sites intended for future development. Next slide, please. The Burnfield Comprehensive Plan designation for this property is mixed-use commercial, and the concept proposal is consistent with this designation. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there is a request to utilize a portion of dedicated open space for right-of-way. This is to provide a connection from the north to the south. The right-of-way provides that necessary connectivity across North Walnut Creek and the parcels within this project that are located to the south of Walnut Creek. The applicant is required to reimburse the city for the use of the open space at amount of $56,000 per acre. So there's a cash in lieu required at $15,456. This road crossing is necessary to provide connectivity for the development, and it has been reviewed by the Open Space and Trails Committee, and they did not express any concerns with this request. Next slide, please. So again, there's multiple of projects phases within this development. Also on the south side of 112, you can see future pad site developments, which would be subject to a future site plan. It's a future site plan review. Shared parking lots will be located adjacent to the proposed buildings, and vehicular access, including new public right-of-ways and private drives, will provide vehicular connectivity throughout the site. Access will be provided by 112th Avenue and Sims, The project has been designed so that access from Skystone Parkway is not necessary, and the site functions well without that access to Skystone Parkway. Therefore, this project is not going to be extending Skystone Parkway, and the traffic engineering and North Metro have been involved in that review and have not had any concerns with the not connecting to Skystone Parkway or the non-extension at this time as part of this project. Pedestrian and bicycle connections have been provided throughout the site, including a 10-foot trail along Walnut Creek to the south of this project, and a connection to the existing trail network within the Skystone community. The applicant has incorporated a number of outdoor seating areas within the project as well. Walnut Creek is subject to improvements based on recommendations of the Mile High Flood District Master Plan. The developer will be providing a cash in lieu fee to Mile High Flood Control District, which will contribute towards the improvements for the necessary improvements to the district's area. The funds will allow the district to complete the work in the corridor. These corridors, as I mentioned before, are dedicated open space, so they're owned by Broomfield. Since the district is doing these improvements, maintenance, such as any future necessary debris removal, would be eligible for maintenance using district funds. Broomfield will continue to maintain the open space amenities, such as the public trail that would be built in the open space. The plans for the creek improvements will be reviewed by Broomfield staff and the Open Space and Trails Committee in the future. The applicant is also incorporating sustainability elements into their design, such as drought-resistant plant materials, EV charging, indoor and outdoor bike parking, and bike infrastructure. Next slide, please. The subject proposal currently includes 4 separate building styles to correspond with the various types of buildings. Details can be found in the staff memorandum. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there is a pedestrian bridge to connect to the Skystone community that would be built as part of this project. There's also the 8-foot internal sidewalk along Quantum Parkway, and as well as Doppler Drive, as well as a Sim Street improvement to the trail and 112th Avenue sidewalk. The site is designed to incorporate perimeter and internal landscaping that's intended to screen the parking areas and provide aesthetic enhancement for the site. The applicant has worked with staff to provide additional landscaping on the south side of Building E, which is just north of the Skystone community. The applicant will be utilizing full cutoff downcast lighting throughout the site, and lighting will not extend past the property lines. Next slide, please. The project includes a PUD plan amendment. This updates the development standards established in the prior PUD plan for things such as setbacks, lot coverage, floor area, and parking. This is also detailed in the staff memorandum. The proposed site plan does include a variance. The variance is from the signage standards for the municipal code, with the intent to provide a comprehensive signage for the development. This signage will include multiple types of tenant identification signs as shown on the screen. There is directional signage and wayfinding signage that is primarily proposed and which is triggering the need for the variance. Signage will include a neutral color scheme and masonry similar to the architecture. The majority of the signs are only visible from inside the overall development and are intended to help with wayfinding. The most common freestanding sign, which is sign type F, is the smaller directional sign at the bottom right of the screen. These signs will be set closer to the road than code would allow, but the sign size and the use of the sign for wayfinding necessitates its placement, hence the variance request. The retail signs are larger at 10 to 20 feet in height and provide multi-tenant signs, multi-tenant sign identification for those users. This is consistent with other signs used in commercial areas within Broomfield, which typically are 25 feet or less. The office associated signage is 10 feet or less, which is again consistent with other signage, and the intended variance is generally requested to provide advertising for the parking wayfinding. I should also mention that there is trail signage that will be installed for the public trails as well. Next slide, please. There was a concept review held in October of 2020, and the provided plans are consistent generally with that concept proposal, except as I noted in the memorandum and in my presentation. A neighborhood meeting was also held in October of 2020, and a summary of those comments has been linked in the memorandum. In January of this year, the Land Use Review Commission reviewed this project and recommended approval of the proposal with a unanimous vote of 6-0. The public hearing requirements have been met for this meeting. There are a few emails and comments that have been included in the correspondence folder for the project. And just as a clarification, we did receive an email this afternoon that was in regard to actually the Village of Westview, which is another project on Sims. So that correspondence is not going to be found in the correspondence folder since it will be kept for that project and utilized in the future. So that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Terzazetti. Next is the applicant's presentation. Just as we ask staff to keep their presentations brief, I ask the applicants to be concise in their presentation. And will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for the record?
Good evening. My name is Brandon Jenkins. I'm with St. John Properties, the property owner and developer for the project. And yes, I will be brief. Anna did a great job. And can't say enough about the planning staff and the process that we've done for the last 18 months. Very responsive, very helpful, and appreciate their time. So again, I will be brief. Like I said, I'm Brandon Jenkins from St. John Properties. Joined here tonight with Baseline Engineering. They're the engineering group that has been working with us throughout this process. We've worked through many different agencies over the past 18 months, addressing comments and concerns. Part of that was Dry Creek Valley Ditch Company, Mile High Flood District, and a handful of other agencies involved there as well. The project we're talking about is the Sims Technology Park. This first slide is a representation of what we're proposing that the park look like from the entrance of Sims Street onto what today is Brocade Parkway, to be renamed Quantum Parkway. So those are the two 4-story office buildings that you'll see on the site plan. And if you could advance to the next slide, please. So moving west here, so as you enter this site on Quantum Parkway, there you see the two 4-story buildings in red. Continuing past those, we have 3 single-story office buildings, and these are strictly office buildings intended for office users and light lab type use. They're 360-degree architecture, so there's no one side of the building that looks any different than the other. Heading north from that, we have 6 flex R&D buildings, and these typically have office in the front and warehouse and R&D components in the rear. And then heading north up Doppler Drive, you see 2 more single-story office buildings on the left, and our retail building on the right, which is the purple building, and then the 4 path sites that Anna mentioned as well. And then scattered throughout there, you'll see parks and plazas and pedestrian gathering spaces that were proposed for the site. A lot of those are located between buildings and then also within prominent locations on the site with roads and connections to the existing Broadcom building. And then as Anna mentioned as well, Building E, which is the building far to the south there, the orange building, we've done enhanced landscaping improvements to that site to kind of shield it and create a buffer between the homes of the Skyston residences. Next slide, please. This slide represents a handful of different projects that we've done across our portfolio. So image, the top left and bottom right are examples of stormwater detention ponds that we've done with shade structures and pedestrian walking areas and trees of that nature. The image to the bottom left there is an example of some multi-story office buildings that we've developed and some of the features that we put between them as far as shade structures and pedestrian walking areas. Typically in our multi-story office buildings like this, we do have typically get like restaurant users on the first floor, so we would have outdoor seating for that type of use as well in that area. The top right there is an example of 2 single-story office buildings and the plaza between them, which we are proposing between C and D, building C and D if you're looking at the site plan. And then the image below that is an actual 3D representation of our site for building C and D for that plaza. Next slide, please.
And finally here, we've got a circulation plan, kind of give a little bit of more color and flavor for what we're doing on the site as far as circulation goes and pedestrian walkability. The red line there at the bottom is the Walnut Creek corridor that exists today. And you can see the Skystone residences there below that creek. There's an existing trail system through Skystone that we're connecting to. So the red triangle is that bridge that will connect both the Skystone trail system with our new trail system that we're putting in. The dark green area there is the trail system, which is essentially an extension of the Walnut Creek system that exists over Westmore right now. So it'll snake kind of along the bottom of the property line there out to the west and move back. And then, as Anna mentioned, the blue lines there are 8-foot pedestrian walking paths that will continue along Quantum Parkway and then north along Doppler Drive, connecting into 112th Avenue at the top and Sim Street to the east. And then finally, the red dotted line there is the interior sidewalk systems for the buildings themselves. So again, it's been a great process working with the city. We're looking forward to moving forward with this project, and now turn it over to questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jenkins. We'll now proceed with public comments. Any member of the public would like to be heard on this item, please step up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. We'll have 3 minutes.
My name is still Dave Heineman, and I still live in Skystone. My house sits immediately across Walnut Creek from their building E or their detention pond. So I am the neighbor to this particular development. I will point out to the council, which you probably don't know, that this morning when I woke up and looked out my back porch, there were cows grazing in the same tract that you're discussing development on. So why is that important? Well, I mean, we know development will proceed in the southwest part of Broomfield. But what will the world look like around there is part of my question, kind of thing. And so at a high level, I honestly don't know what post-Sims Technology Park and Verve development will mean when you walk around and look at that area. What I think I know is that with all of those office buildings and warehouses going in, there's likely to be an awful lot more traffic on the very few through roads that go through that area. I think we would also expect that paving over areas that were largely cow pastures and turning it into tarmac is going to change the drainage on that area. And so this whole Walnut Creek drainage area might actually start seeing more drainage problems that they have currently, kind of thing. And so, and then putting in essentially an office park, which is abandoned at night, kind of thing, would basically say, well, maybe some of the vehicle crimes that you see in other parts of the community crime map might actually start spreading into this area, which has actually been quite calm and polite. And so what I'd say to you is, you said we have the world's best GIS staff. It'd be nice to have an integrated view of, as development goes in, what are the new risks? What are the changes that are going to go in? What does that mean for infrastructure like roads, drainage, other things that will actually be required? Because I don't have a view of that right now. Focusing down, I only want to raise 2 points. One is about setbacks, and one is about limitations on what goes into these buildings. So first, when this came through the LRC, the developer asked and the LRC approved a 10-foot setback against the Walnut Creek boundary on the south, which is a known raptor habitat. I raised that because this village of Westview, which is a mile away, the discussion is around a 100-foot setback against that. So I can't actually rationalize the difference in setback and how that actually gets decided. Second is, in the Verve acreage, there have already been two large warehouses that store bulk amounts of flammable chemicals. This is the Quality Bicycle Products and the Pilatus paint shed. And so it's a matter of, I don't recall anyone telling us what was going to go into that area, which is quite close to Broomfield. And it's a matter of the new North Metro Control Tower Road Fire Station is 2 years away, but the buildings are now already occupied with these kinds of materials. And so I would ask the council, perhaps it's appropriate to ask the developers, can we actually limit this to say these research buildings will not have flammable material storage and will not have toxic chemicals inside of them, given the close proximity to residential housing. Hopefully that's clear about why I wanted to talk to the council about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fryman.
Yes, my name is David Hoffman. I live at Skystone also. And I reviewed the plans, and it is obvious to me that I believe the planning department has done a very good job in putting together a very good development. But I do have a couple of questions, some concerns that myself and some neighbors had. Just to make certain that the lighting is contained on site as much as possible. I think they've done a good job with that. Because there's 550 homes and as my grandson would say, we're elderly. And we may go to bed earlier. So they can contain the light. Also, a technological site or whatever, I'm seeing office, industrial, and when I hear the warehouse, I have concerns about that. There's a FedEx warehouse, maybe a half hour north. They run trucks all night long. It is not conducive to getting a good night's sleep. So if there's just one, I don't know what type of warehouse you're looking at, hopefully it's not round the clock trucking. That would be very offensive. I think it would be something that would not be good to have. Hopefully it's not the case. I'm very pleased to see that at this point Skystone Parkway is not involved. And I guess I do have one question, and I spoke with one gentleman here earlier, a couple months ago. There's a historical house on site, if that is being addressed at all in the final plan. But basically, and the other gentleman is much closer. To me, looking at the site plans, I looked at the developer and other plans they've done. I think this is a positive overall. I just been certain there's not problems that occur down the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Are there any other comments on this project?
My name is Diane Cousins. I'm also a resident of Skystone, and I'm very relieved to hear that the vehicular access over the creek and extension of Skystone Parkway is not being done. With regard to the pedestrian crossing, with the number of people who walk and recreationally ride bicycles, I could see that being a very busy traffic area. And with the number of sweeping curves and hills and attractive roads for cyclists and even motorcyclists, which someone in the community has already talked about, almost salivating about how fun that would be. I would ask that there would be some kind of safety, whether it's the directional approach to the bridge or I know I've seen those bridges before as far as the width, and vehicles can definitely get across them. But if that could become an important concern of designing the approaches and the crossing in that area on both sides. My other comment is, or question, with, obviously this is not all going to be built overnight, and I'd be interested to know what time period you anticipate this being phased in over. But the roads and sewer are currently under construction, and with the winds and the fire danger that's just been discussed, I'd like to know what plans are in place for landscaping those from a desk point of view, as well as a fire point of view and aesthetic point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cousins. Anyone else? All right. Next is questions from council. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments for or against is later. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is going to start off with the sustainability aspect of the project. I'm going to start off with the bike parking that you indicated would be indoor on the first two office towers. How much bike parking is going inside those towers? Is it available only to the workers or future workers of those towers, or is it available for the entire complex? I'll start off with those two questions.
Councilman Ward. So yeah, the two multi-story office buildings, the 4-story buildings will have the basement area that has locker rooms and mailroom and bike locker storage. It's definitely not restricted only to office tenants and walk in the front doors and go downstairs if they want to. But I would imagine that it's mostly used by the office tenants there. We will have outdoor on-site bike facilities as well that are available to anybody who walks up to it.
Okay, how much on-site parking for bikes is there for the entire complex, and how much specifically inside those two towers?
There's 52 bike storage facilities on site. And within the, so how much is that per rack, do you think, per bike? 4 or 5 per rack, so 52 racks, 4 or 5 bikes per rack. Within the buildings themselves would be probably two of those racks in the basement.
Okay, thank you. My next question is going to be in regards to the EV charging stations. I do see you've indicated 96 charging stations for the future. Most of those will occur further in the development as, I guess, tenants need them. Why did you, will the facility be designed so that way you can expand more on that 96 if demand outpaces what you currently plan? Will it be conduit ready for, let's say, 200? Let's just throw that number out there.
Yeah, so the 96 facilities, the way we design and develop our buildings is that the conduit is run for each of those facilities ahead of time. So the transformer is sized appropriately for level 2 charging stations. And that's about 6 to 7 parking spaces per building with EV charging. We typically put one of those stations in with each of the buildings from the onset and then wait for demand to build up for that. So the capacity there, you can always expand that capacity. It's just a conversation with Excel and expanding that in the future, but there will be facilities for 96 on site.
Okay. What is, in terms of other sustainability measures like use of solar, will these buildings be either installed with the solar panels already on or pre-wired for future use?
So the buildings are LEED designed, and we're working through that design process to know exactly what designation we're going for. But we do have extensive knowledge with solar. Our Golden facility has 8,000 solar panels on those buildings just off of 470, C470. So that's a service that we provide to our tenants there, which they really enjoy and we like providing as well. So that is part of the process, but we've got to get through construction documents and figure out exactly what level of designation we're going to attain for that site.
All right, thank you. And then my last question is going to go in regards to the amount of parking. I see you guys have done almost a 30% increase in the Brookfield minimum. Currently, we were told you only need about 1,600 1,700 spaces, but you've gone up to 2,100. Do you have any prior developments that give you data that says you actually need that much, or is this just because we can?
Typically, we like to park office developments with 4 per 1,000 in parking. We've got about 20 million square feet of development across the US, and that's seemed to be a good number for us as far as office tenants go. This is below that number. And a lot of that's tied to the Flex R&D product, determining exactly how much of that is going to be built out as office and what portion of that remains R&D or warehouse. So it's it's a process that we go through when we go into a market, and we have been in this market for a while. We're currently in Westminster off of 108th and Wadsworth, and see that it's about a 50% office to warehouse mix there. So that's how we base the demand for parking on this side as well.
Year prior to the pandemic, when most workers are still in office, I venture to guess at least a quarter to a third were not used during peak business hours. And I quite frankly see that as a waste of both money on your end and a waste of space that could have been better used as open space or like parking or something else.
So what I will say is most of the parking in our business parks is occupied. Interlocking would be a little bit different story. That's mostly multi-story office buildings, things of that nature. We have a mix of tenants in our buildings. We have dentists, we have engineering firms, we have physical therapists, we have engineering groups, we have gyms. So it fluctuates during the day, but typically from our standpoint, the amount of parking that we provide on the site is utilized.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen, and before that, Councilmember, I didn't give you an opportunity to address the residents' questions, but we're going to ask them. Is that okay? We'll get it covered. We'll get you answers. All right, Councilmember Cohen.
I had some questions from other council member awards. I'll try not to be repetitive, but I was curious. I'll stop now. But maybe it's more for staff, but I am curious about how we're approaching the requirements for electric vehicles in that, presently, even with, I think going up to 96, roughly it's 4% of the parking spaces for electric vehicles. Presently in Colorado, 11% of all cars registered are electric. That's statewide. It's probably a lot higher in Broomfield. And looking forward, I'm assuming that number will probably increase more up to the European state, a level of 18 to 20%, et cetera. So I'm just curious how we're formulating that, whether we're being aggressive enough, looking forward to far more electric vehicles in the future.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Cohen. The way that we approach our EV charging is that we do have a guideline that we provide to our development community that says this is what we believe are the best practices. And we've developed those best practices based on the research that our planning transportation staff conducted. They've also been highly involved in the ACES subcommittee on transportation in the past. So hopefully they're also taking into consideration those discussions that are occurring at ACES. Moving forward, one of the things that we'll be talking with council about are potential code amendments. It's been brought up, the minimums and maximums, and whether we need to revisit that. Similarly, EV charging stations, not currently a code requirement, but if we were to look at it being a code requirement, we would definitely have to bring that to ACES, get some additional input, and revisit our guidelines and make sure, like you said, that they're the current best practices and that we look at the updates because, as you said, EV vehicles are growing and we would want to make sure that we're as current as possible.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I do understand the developers that there's flexibility to add as we go forward, so I appreciate that. I wasn't on the council when this went for original concept, but I did note in the concept review, there was a request for sustainability of solar panels, and electric vehicle charging infrastructure, so I appreciate that that's being addressed. And I think the rest of my questions will be addressed in terms of what the residents asked. The only other last comment, it did say only lead, not what level of lead, so it's appreciated you're looking perhaps beyond the minimum to a higher level of lead certification. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments are also, questions are also kind of going off what Councilmember Ward said, but slightly different approach. Climate change obviously is an issue that all of us are addressing with the fires and everything else going on. And we all know that the more concrete you have, the more you impact the climate and the heat. I mean, you look at the data and, areas where you can actually look at the data and see that areas that are poorer have more concrete and have higher temperatures. So my issue, I mean, I love the product, I love everything you've got going on here, but my issue is with the large sprawling parking lots. Why not do parking garage instead? And then use that extra space to have additional square footage to offset the cost or more open space. Is that something that you all had considered at all or done in any other projects?
So as far as parking goes with the flex R&D component, that's where you probably see the most concrete or asphalt. That really is a function of those buildings and allowing, tractor trailers in there, box trucks, other trucks like that to access the back of those buildings. This kind of goes to the question from one of the residents about what type of warehouse facilities there are. Typically, these buildings do not have the heavy industrial, so we don't have strings of 53-foot trailers coming into these parks. Typically, there'd be 1 or 2 deliveries a day or something like that for these facilities, but we do need to provide that truck court access to get the turnaround radius for those trucks to get in and out of that facility. To your point about parking structures, we have done that in other developments across the nation, and when warranted, we've done that. This facility doesn't look like we need to do that per se. If you look through, like even Westmore and all the other multi-story office buildings in that area, they don't have heavy structured parking either. But no, I mean, it becomes a function of the flex and R&D component. I think that you see a lot of that, those fields of asphalt that you're talking about.
I appreciate that, but I guess what I'm getting at is what you mentioned about the other facilities that are currently there. And that's what I think that we need to get away from. The large sprawling parking lots that are empty most of the time. During the day, you have cars there, the rest of the time, weekends, they're empty. Just sitting there radiating heat. When that space can be better used for open space or even additional building. I see there's on the map, there's another office building directly to the south of your 2-story, of your 4-story buildings. And I imagine during the weekend, that parking lot's empty also. And so I guess that I would ask that if you could consider possibly moving forward with something along those lines, maybe try and mitigate that a little bit more. I understand on the flex space, but even on the 4-story office buildings, that's a large parking lot right there that's just going to be empty for the rest of the, whenever businesses aren't there. So the other question is similar to that, but why single-story buildings? I mean, why not build up a little bit more? If you want to maximize the area, have more retail, have more commercial, why not build up a little bit more and have a higher density? And then maybe a lot more for open space.
So we're kind of looking at the market, right? I mean, with COVID and with the pandemic, multi-story office buildings took a big hit as far as office leasing goes. Our single-story product has done exceptionally well. We just finished a building over at Walnut Creek, off 108th and Wadsworth, and within 2 months of finishing the building, we fully leased it up to 2 full building users. So there's just a lot of demand for single-story buildings. We do have 2 multi-stories in that product within the project, and we've done that across the country. We're happy to put those in there, but we're just looking at demand.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the applicant for sticking with us tonight in our long long meeting. I'm excited to discuss this project and, thank you to Ms. Bertanzetti for knocking it out of the park tonight. We've been in all those answers to council questions and residents' questions. Most of my questions have been answered, though I do have one more, but I do want to ensure that we answer some of the residents' questions that they've had, as well as provide you all a chance to respond to those. So I assume that with, concerning traffic on the roads, that there will be a traffic study completed, and this will be part of the kind of ongoing approval of this project. Is that correct?
Good evening, Noah Emmers, Baseline Engineering, 112 North Ruby Drive, Golden, Colorado. Traffic study was performed on this project, full traffic study. We worked with staff to evaluate access points and widening to both 112 and Sims as part of the subdivision improvement agreement, which will happen at various triggers throughout the phasing of the project. So we appreciate working with staff and getting those details ironed out. As far as drainage, there was a lot of concerns regarding drainage. We follow Mile High Flood District standards as well as city and county improved field requirements, not only for stormwater detention, but also for water quality. As an engineer, it's our responsibility to try to mimic historic flow rates. So we keep that in the forefront of our minds, and that's how we handle this project.
Great. Does the traffic studies take into account the verb? Plan?
Actually, one of the later requirements from staff was for us to incorporate and make sure that we mesh with those recommendations as well, so that all the project development within the area is all using the same forecasted traffic volumes.
Excellent. So looking at one of the comments was about the 10-foot setback from Walnut Creek. I assume that's something that you all need to do in order to make this project pencil out in terms of the setback there. But the concerns around wildlife along that creek, what are some mitigation strategies that you will be implementing during construction phase, as well as through the life of the project, to ensure that that conflict is reduced?
So we have had an environmental consultant early on in the project that did some evaluation. I believe there's recommendations in that environmental study as well, in terms of what measures the contractor needs to take during construction and proximity to those raptor corridors during construction.
Okay. Highly flammable material storage or highly toxic materials. Is there any possibility of that happening on the site?
Appreciate the question. So, yeah, as we obtain tenants for these buildings, we submit plans to the city indicating what their use is. And I haven't worked in the city of Broomfield yet, but Westminster and Golden require that a list is provided for chemicals within the space. I would imagine it's the same with Broomfield. So at that point, the city has a chance to look at what that tenant wants to use in the space and approve or disapprove the plans.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Let's see, the historic home, that was another question that we had about what is the plan for that. I saw in the council memo that there's currently negotiations with that homeowner, and are there any updates to that plan?
Yeah, so we are the homeowner, and I've had 5 or 6 different groups reach out to me about relocating that townhouse somewhere else. One was looking at relocating it up to Grand Lake somewhere. Another one was looking at possibly Louisville, in an area that was burned out by fire. So we're working through that. I imagine that one of those people will take it and move it to another facility, but we've got to work through those details with them.
Okay. Trails and especially the pedestrian bridge, safety measures taken along that bridge or around that bridge to ensure, one, that vehicular access doesn't happen, as well as kind of the twisting and winding of that trail.
I'll ask Ethan to speak to that.
Good evening, council. My name is Ethan Wattell. I'm the planning manager with Baseline, same address as Noah in Golden. But the pedestrian bridge will likely be 10 feet wide, and they usually aren't that wide for need to have the ability to actually drive a maintenance vehicle, like a Broomfield open space maintenance vehicle across. I would imagine there would be bollards that would be removable on each end to prevent a private vehicles from being able to drive over that. We'll coordinate that though specifically with Kristen, Chris, and Open Space to make sure that those do get, that there is a safety, something to keep people from going over that bridge. I don't think it would necessarily prevent the motorcycle that was mentioned during public comment, unfortunately, but I think people will do what they're gonna do, but I hope they do not. And again, those approaches will be designed, so they'll be safe for pedestrians and bicyclists who might be zooming on and off that bridge. But you hear the concern from the community about the potential safety matters.
Great, thank you. Thank you. And thanks for indulging me and my council colleagues and the applicant in making sure those residents' questions were answered. The one question that I do have is the anticipated phasing and completion milestones of the project, and particularly the landscaping that is going to be happening at the southern part of this lot. And to a resident's point, can that landscaping happen at an earlier phase within this project to provide that noise and visual barrier?
Yeah, so we will be building the facility, 4 different phases. So the first phase will be building E, which we're talking about is the further south building to the residences. That'll be going in first. And then the rest of that phase is a total of 5 buildings. So it's the 3 single-story office buildings and 2 flex buildings that are north of that. The second phase will be the flex buildings to the west of that section. Third phase is the multi-story office buildings to the right. And then the 4th phase is the retail building and office buildings and pad sites along 104th Avenue. So that's the 4th phase. But yes, to your point, the landscaping for building E will be going in the first phase.
Well, Councilor, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was just waiting for another comment.
Oh.
I was just going to add on to what Brandon Jenkins said about the building E. We talked about that 10-foot setback. That's a setback from the property line. If you look at the site plan, there's really about a 300-foot wide creek buffer corridor there between our development and the Skystone community. So we're not just talking about a simple 10-foot from the homes there. There's a lot of existing landscaping within Walnut Creek as well that'll be preserved. When Mount High Flood District comes in, some of that might change, but it's not just a simple 10-foot. I just want to reiterate, there's a decently wide existing landscape buffer between our development and the existing community.
Yeah, thank you for pointing out that clarification. So a piece that I wanted to make sure that was answered. So trails and pedestrian crossings, the timeline for when that will be completed, especially, I've got to believe that those are going to be completed as that 4th phase is done. I mean, there's a lot of attraction from the Skystone residents to get up to those restaurants that will be up there, but also looking for employee access to the site from Skystone or neighborhoods around there, and wanting to be able to utilize those trails and pedestrian crossings. And then just to follow up on this, tenants identified at this point, do you have any of those tenants?
I'll speak to the pedestrian crossing timing. One thing we do need to keep in mind is that Mount High Flood District might be doing their project within the creek, and that may impact the timing of that pedestrian bridge. I'll look to my engineer colleagues to know if there's any improvements planned for that stretch of Walnut Creek. If there are, Noah's shaking his head. So the creek's going to change a little bit too when Mount High does their project that the developer is giving the cash in lieu for. So that it could potentially delay, or if it comes in earlier with that cash in lieu payment, maybe Mount High would do it sooner. With regards to, do you want to talk about tenants? Yeah.
So our buildings are designed and developed as spec buildings. We don't have anyone lined up for Walnut Creek Business Park right now. What I will say is that we've turned away 5 different big users for Walnut Creek Business Park off of Wadsworth and 108th. So as those buildings go up and are developed, we anticipate a high demand for those spaces in those buildings, but we don't have tenants lined up for them yet.
Thank you. And Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Lynn.
I just have a few remaining questions that weren't addressed. So one resident was concerned about the landscaping, and I think it would be competing concerns there, that the resident wanted to make sure the aesthetics of the landscaping were adequate, but yet it was
also fire resistant, didn't promote fuel for fire spreading and did not create a whole lot of dust in the area. Can you address how the landscaping will do all of that? Both look aesthetically pleasing and be fire resistant and drought resistant.
Thank you, Councilmember. Again, Ethan Wattell. It's a good question. One thing when we have a professional landscape architect who designed an entire new landscape plan for the entire development that's been reviewed by staff. One thing we took in mind was the drought resistance of those. And we're not talking about zero scaping. It's not all going to be rock, but we are in a drought, as the fire chief noted. It's probably here for a long time. So that impacts our plant selection where we are. One thing though, by installing those plants, it does reduce the potential for dust. In that when you plant that plant material, you get those roots hold back dust. That's obviously not during construction. My engineers could answer more on best management practices and making sure dust is mitigated during construction. But we do take that seriously, and they don't want to. St. John doesn't want to build a product that doesn't look nice either. So there will be a nicely planted and nicely designed landscape plan for the property.
Okay, thank you. I think this may be more for staff on the traffic plan. Why, in the details of the subdivision improvement agreement, I understand that there was a traffic plan made. The Sims Street improvements are based on number of vehicles, traffic volume for expansion, but yet like 112th Street is very vague. It's not based on traffic volume. It says at the time of development or when warranted is determined by the city engineer. So I'm just curious as to how you determine that there's a specific traffic volume on one street and around the corner it's, who knows?
Thank you, Councilmember Bloom. Some of that is due to the fact that we will have an additional site development plan for the developments that are coming for a large portion of the south side of 112th Avenue. And that is one of the later phases of development. Sim Street, not all of it is triggered, as you mentioned, there's a lane addition that's triggered by a certain volume, and that is clearly established by the traffic study. But there will be improvements made specifically regarding the multimodal, the bicycle and pedestrian facilities, as well as the lighting, moving the curb, turn lanes. All of those are necessitated with the phase 1 development. But at a later time, when it reaches a certain volume, the traffic engineer identified that very specifically. And so that's included in the SIA. But you're right, we can determine, it gives us a little bit more flexibility with 112th Avenue. Because we have some improvements made there, we're going to see additional site development plans. And then at that time, we're going to see more about what is proposed with those currently not identified pad sites.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. The only other thing I would say is I have a comment about the EV charging stations and our my other colleagues encouraging the developer to make sure they have enough charging stations. Senate Bill, House Bill 22-1218 has passed through the House and is on the Senate floor on Thursday. And this project, I would not, if it's approved, will not be subject to that, but certainly then the state of Colorado is going to say that 10% of the parking spaces needs to have EV conduit for this large of a project. So that's coming from the state of Colorado, possibly, if it passes the Senate Thursday.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. Any other council member questions? All right, there being no further comments, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-38. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-38 by title?
Resolution number 2022-38 approving the Great Western Park filing number 6, Sims Technology Park Planned Unit Development Amendment, Final Plat and Site Development Plan.
Now, before I ask for a motion, Councilmember Schaaf just left, so I don't know if I need to wait till he comes back, Ms. Rogers.
That's for the actual vote
that it would, I think you're doing fine. The record reflects that he's not there. If we have to make note of his absence for the vote, I think that's fine as we get into discussion.
Okay, so, well, we're about to vote.
Oh, I thought there was a discussion.
What? I know, but I'm about to call for the motion and the vote. It's been a long day. I apologize. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
Yes, I move that, resolution number 2022-38.
That's it. That's it. Be adopted. Awesome.
I know that is adopted.
Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Lynstead.
I was waiting. I didn't have questions. They were well handled. And I'm going to be very brief because I know it's getting very late. I know this project, there's a lot of interest in Skystone about this project. And, ultimately, it's not perfect, but it's really vital that we get this long planned development in the area for that future economic growth and development that we need down there for those services that the residents, have long awaited in that region. So I think it's been long planned. I don't love the setback from the creek. I think there's too much parking. The nice thing about parking is it can be redeveloped at some point. So I'm a yes. It's a good technology park that's going to bring a lot of jobs and a lot of economic activity to the area. And there's been a lot of discussion for a long time about it. And I'm just grateful that our Skystone residents who came out in opposition to the Parkway extension were listened to, and that we got a solution. Because the last time we discussed that Parkway, I got a letter with just about every resident in the entire community saying that they don't want to see that go through. So I know it's not perfect. Not everyone's going to be happy about it, but I think it's a good project for the area in the long term. And I'm just grateful for the work you've done to listen to those residents. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I will echo what Councilmember Lynstead just said, that it's a great project for the area, for what we need. However, I'm going to, once again, voice my opposition to the large amount of parking spaces that are open parking. I think that's the wrong direction we need to go. We need to go opposite to what that is. I was not on council for concept review, and I would have brought that up at that time. So I'm actually going to vote no on this project, not because I don't think we shouldn't go forward, but because I think that it's well past time for us to start having the approval that we need for the future, which includes going away from large parking lots. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I think we need this project for the future of Brookfield, so I support it. Councilmember Chef, I didn't know you had your hand up.
That's all right, Mayor. It was a little slow, but I really appreciate the applicant for bringing forward this project. I like a lot of what is coming. I like the future of what it could be. So I'm very excited. I think one of the aspects that you included in this project was the single-story building that's located on the southern part of the lot. I think that was a great move in response to the residents' requests in terms of kind of that buffer and what that looked like to the Skystone residents. So I appreciate your involvement in the conversations that you've had with the Skystone residents. The not making the connection with the Parkway. I appreciate the bike and pedestrian connection. So I think there's a lot to really like in this project. And I thank you for bringing this to Broomfield.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right. We have a second, and then, oh my goodness, it's really been a long day. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson.
Yes.
And so I don't mean to interrupt, and this will only take a minute, but we can do all of those.
I already know
Oh,
there's
no,
no
we
vote.
gotta vote. I apologize.
It's all right. See, I still got a couple of I just keep thinking we have 2 more agenda items, and I'm just gonna try to see, defer something at this point. I don't think I'll make it. But, okay, so can the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle. Yes. Jazerski.
Yes.
Leslie.
Yes.
Lamb.
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Marshall.
No.
Shaw.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
That passes 9-1. Thank you all so much. And we have the next one. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-40. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-40 by title?
Resolution number 2022-40, authorizing and approving a change of use, allowing a portion of city-owned open space within the North Walnut Creek corridor to be utilized as public right-of-way.
Is there a motion, Councilmember Shaw?
So moved.
Is there a second? Councilmember Marshall.
Second.
Really? Is there any discussion? Please no. Oh. Okay, go ahead.
As the other one passed, I will support this.
Wonderful. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. I need to take a break, so I'm going to pass this over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, we are going to move right along here. It's 10:10. The next item under council business this evening is council's consideration of proposed resolution 2022-66, approving a settlement agreement between the city and county of Broomfield and Extraction Oil and Gas regarding alleged noise exceedances. The council has received a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I will ask our staff to summarize.
Very short summary. Nancy Rogers, City and County Attorney, working with staff, starting in November and December with noise monitoring. There were some noise exceedances. They were noticed through the dispute resolution process that's provided for in the operator agreement. We were able to come to a resolution where the city was alleging breaches. Extraction denied that they had those breaches, but we did work out an agreement. The slide deck lists out when those exceedances were. Going to slide 4, the terms of the agreement is that Extraction will pay the city $253,000. That's going to help offset the noise monitoring costs and implement certain noise mitigation measures that will be applied to all pads where there's active operations. In exchange, the city waives its right to legal action on those noise ordinances. This is very important. The city did not waive any right to future action, future enforcement, future noise enforcement, anything. It's only specific to those 7. Other terms that were typical in the settlement agreement, each party is paying their own fees. We did not incur any outside counsel costs in doing this deal. And then Extraction does not admit any liability as part of the agreement. We don't concede that. We just let them say that they're not admitting any liability. I know that was a brief overview. I don't know if there's any questions on any of those terms. There is more details in the staff memo for the public that is listening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That was awesome, very quick. So does any member of the public have comments on this agenda item? I don't have access to our online system. Are there any online folks looking at comments? No. Okay, seeing there are no comments from the public, we will now move to council questions. Seeing there are none, we will. All right. Questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to 30 seconds during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions? Councilmember Lim.
Okay, I have a quick question on the memos. It says staff and the noise acoustical consultant were and are on-site often related to noise. Staff continues to have frequent contact with Extraction on this issue. Are we currently seeing noise exceedances related to hydraulic fracturing operations? And I know they have just started on some of the one.
that's what that statement seemed to indicate to me, and I wanted to confirm or not confirm what that, I thought that statement indicated.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. Can everybody hear me okay? So you're right, fracking operations did start and we have not had any noise exceedances or complaints to this very moment that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Lindsay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Nancy, could you just clarify that one more time? So extraction, does not admit to causing noise exceedances, but they are willing to pay $250,000.
Yes, that's
Okay, thank you, that's a lot.
Thank you, Councilmember Lindsay. For being very brief. Are there any other questions from council? All right, next is council's consideration of proposed resolution 2022-66. Will the clerk please read the resolution by title?
Resolution number 2022-66, approving a settlement agreement between the city and county of Broomfield and Extraction Oil and Gas Inc. regarding alleged noise exceedances.
Is there a motion? Councilmember Hilsham.
So moved.
Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that I appreciate staff's time and working this agreement to this point. And I do support it. And I just want to acknowledge that this only covers our noise monitoring for the past year. And it doesn't actually provide any financial benefit, any financial compensation to residents who are impacted. But I understand where we're at and I appreciate this work. So I just want to make sure we're acknowledging that it's kind of a wash and they suffered and that is it. So, but I appreciate this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim.
Ditto to what Councilmember Anderson said. I just wanted to acknowledge the residents who suffered and who took the time. This is related to actual noise exceedances, but they also filed complaints when they suffered the noise exceedances. And I just wanted to acknowledge the residents who, despite their suffering, took the time to go through the paperwork and file the complaints. And I wanted to recognize those who actually moved from our Anthem and Wildgrass neighborhoods because of these noise exceedances. So, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we will say all those in favor? Any opposed? That proposal resolution passes unanimously. Okay. Mayor, would you care to? All right, I'm rolling and rocking and rolling here. Our final item today under council business this evening is the monthly oil and gas update for April 22. Council does have an agenda, a copy of the agenda memorandum. We will ask staff to briefly summarize. Emphasize briefly.
Oil and gas manager, you're on.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. On the final countdown here. I don't know how I'm gonna follow Nancy. That was like super fast, so I'll do my best. Much really good information has been shared tonight with regards to fire safety and oil and gas. And my apologies ahead of time if I repeat any of that or it comes up again in this presentation. Before jumping into the presentation, I do want to give a couple of departmental updates. So first, our Deputy Director continues to serve as our acting Director for Strategic Initiatives. Second, the Admin Tech opportunity was advertised April 12th through the 21st, and those applications are being reviewed. All right, let's dig in. So tonight I will provide a quick update on our inspection, air quality monitoring, noise monitoring, and soil gas testing programs. And I'll briefly refer to our policy and legislative update and our public health summary. Next slide.
As a reminder, our inspection program continues to provide well pad coverage 7 days a week. Based on that information, as of this afternoon, production continues on Livingston for 18 wells. Flowback and interim reclamation are occurring on Northwest A and B. United has the coil tubing and production facility construction going on, and Interchange A and B have frac operations and drilling respectively happening there.
That's a little message to say.
Hurry up.
Well, not necessarily hurry up, but just the high points.
Gotcha. All right. I reported out last time, first quarter inspections were completed with 4 minor findings, and today our Q2 inspections were happening. Our inspectors went out to start that process. I'm going to go ahead and, for the sake of time, move on to the next slide, please. Air quality monitoring. Since the last update in March, we've had 5 trigger canisters go off, and we are awaiting 15 canister analyses from Ajax. I am going to take just a moment to speak to Livingston about the Livingston sensors. Ajax reported out April 18th that both Livingston sensors appear to be functioning properly. I did receive, staff received a council member request subsequent to that, asking whether or not we could reach out to Ajax to verify whether those air quality monitoring sensors at Livingston were functioning properly. Staff did reach out Friday afternoon and again on Monday. We did receive an update from Ajax today. And here's the update for Livingston 2. They were out there Saturday in the field changing out Livingston 2. It was being heavily influenced by temperature changes. They installed the new system, and the baseline dropped to normal productions around 120 MV. And so they made sure that the threshold was set back to 500. Livingston 1. So Livingston 1 is operating with slight influences from changes in humidity, but nothing like the Livingston 2 was demonstrating. They've ordered a new patch of sensors for Livingston 1, and we will continue to report out on Livingston sensors as we receive more information. By way of reminder, the next air quality monitoring update will be June 28th. Next slide, please. For our noise monitoring program, we talked a little bit about this already with Councilmember's question, but hydraulic fracturing is the noisiest phase of development. So we have our noise program around that to monitor that and enforce the operator agreement around that fact. We do have a weekly call with our noise consultant in anticipation of the upcoming frac at Interchange A, we did move a sensor. So we've got 2 sensors now that are in the area approximate to the Interchange A pad. I'm not going to speak about that third bullet. Nancy just updated us on that, so thank you there. Next slide, please. Soil gas testing program. So as reported previously, our magnetometer survey well locates program has been moved in-house. Staff finished considerations related to bringing in-house the soil gas testing program. We are pleased to share that we're moving forward to transition that program from vendor supported to an in-house platform. That we anticipate a cost savings for that in around $40,000 per year. And we will be testing as part of that program half of the plug abandoned wells each year, so about 50 wells annually. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip bullet 3. Those stats are the same as what I reported out in March. So next slide, please. Policy enrollment being updated. Okay. Regarding Coslet East, we are still waiting for the GOCCC to for their completeness review in order to preview the proposed BMPs. We're also making progress with the operator discussing PNAs. The first reading of the local financial assurances ordinance 2161 was heard at City Council April 12th, followed by the exec session on March 1st. The public hearing for the second and final reading happens on May 10th for the financial assurances. First reading related to oil and gas was heard at City Council on February 22nd, after a study session on January 18th, and that public hearing is scheduled, or it happened on April 12th. City staff are tracking several proposed bills. I'm going to just mention these briefly, and if there are questions on these, I can address those at a later time since we're so late here. So SB 22193 with regards to reducing GHG emissions, HB 221244 gives the HUCC much greater authority over air toxics. HB 221348 enhanced oversight of the chemicals used in oil and gas production. As I understand it, our own mayor testified in support of this legislation recently. And then for HB 22138, that sets additional GHG reduction targets. For the next slide, I would invite Megan up if she'd like to speak to that a little bit.
Thank you, Mindy. Megan Weisner, Senior Environmental Epidemiologist. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. One update for you tonight, fourth bullet down in blue. I had mentioned earlier that we will be disseminating the oil and gas health study results on May 24th at a council meeting. After some internal discussion, we decided that we really should devote a separate meeting to that topic, so we don't find ourselves here really late again. So May 26th, 2 days later, we are going to hold a special town hall. Dr. McKenzie will be here, and we want to make sure that we have ample time to answer residents' questions and council's questions. So we'll put that out, notice it out, that May 26th will be our new meeting date for the oil and gas health study results.
Thank you, Megan. That concludes tonight's oil and gas update for April 2022. I'm happy to take questions or comments at this time.
Thank you for that very concise report. Given the late evening hour, it's much appreciated. So we will move forward with public comments. Is there any member of the public that has comments on this agenda? So we will start with an in-person comments. Ms. Roxy, as you know, please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Roxy Jewel Lockmore. My only comment is the slides. First of all, no more green. Little stuff, make your font bigger so it can be read. Even on the main screens, everything is too small. When you look on channel 8, you still can't read it either. So enlarge the font, make your slides better.
Thank you, Ms. Jewel. Are there any other public comments? Do we have any online comments? Seeing none, we will now move to council questions. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Anderson.
I just have one question, and that is on this upcoming public forum. When will the study, will the study sort of be similar to like normally we get like a week in advance of council meeting? When will that be made public?
That's correct. It'll be the same thing a week in advance. The presentation for that town hall will be made public, and that presentation will have a lot of details in there, which should be exactly what you're looking for with the results and going into detail, so that you guys in the public have a week to review that, and we'll also take questions from the public, so we can organize those questions for that May 26th town hall. And of course, you know, if we don't address some questions, we'll take questions from the audience as well, and of course from you guys.
Okay, looking forward to that presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim.
Yes, in the 419 operations update, it said that it had a variation of the schedule, which was interesting. So it said that at United, coil tubing operations are postponed for 3 remaining wells until fracturing operations are completed on proximity wells of the interchange A pad. Did we have a reason that we heard from extraction for that? I mean, I know they don't have to tell us, but and then what impact does that have that we have indefinitely, supposedly? Then I would think in theory that the fact that they could go back to do coiled tubing operations and go into flowback again at United at any time. Does that, hopefully that makes sense. It does. Thank you for your question. I'm going to address that, and then of course, please jump in if you need to.
So on United, that coil tubing has been paused temporarily so that what's happening on interchange A doesn't impact what's going on with United. So they're just stopping temporarily. When they're done with operations that are coming into somewhat close proximity on United A, they're going to restart the coil tubing for the remaining 3 that have not been milled out on United. So that hopefully that answers your question.
Well, I mean, I hope so. I mean, we're thinking that it's gonna be finished in August. We don't want it, lingering.
Yeah, as far as I know, we still are on schedule to wrap up all those and get to that production stage by late August, early September.
Okay, thank you. We have this backlog of canister analysis reports that dates back, as far as I can tell, to February 25th. So you've stated the number, it's backlog, but I'm looking at the dates. I mean, is that a backlog? I can look at the Ajax event tab, and I can see that they've got that canister analysis. They've got that data. Why aren't we seeing the reports that are all the way back to February 2015?
Thank you. That's a good question. So what I can say about that is on that dashboard, they have reports that have not been reviewed. So they call them under review. So for those analysis reports that are out there that are under review, we've, as far as we understand, we've been instructed not to use that until our Ajax representative has had a chance to go through those and confirm that they are ready to be published. So on that note, I definitely can reach out to Ajax and get more information on why the backlog. Can we move up some of these reports and get them put out?
Okay, I would appreciate that. I mean, that's really it's supposed to be within 2 weeks or something. We're supposed to get these reports, and this is all the way back to the end of February. And there's some interesting data. If the data holds there's a 45 parts per billion benzene 1 hour estimate at that end of February report. That's way above that 9 parts per billion exceedance threshold. So I would like to get that moving so we know what we've been toxic chemicals we've been hit with. The Livingston sensors, so they're not working. They told us they were working and they're not working. They have to replace them. It's been too long. I would like to know why it's just the Livingston sensors. I mean, are they all not functioning correctly? Are we just paying more attention to Livingston, which I am, because there's a lot more people, it's supposed to be in production. It's triggering. It's not, shouldn't, in theory, it shouldn't be triggering during production. It's triggering. Something must be wrong with the sensor. So I'm asking questions, and they haven't been working when they said they were working. So it's unsatisfactory to think that with the concentration and the density of people who live near the Livingston pad that we cannot count on those sensors being reliable. So I hope that Ajax understands the concerns and they better get those sensors working. I mean, it's been since the Marshall Fire.
I understand, and we do share your frustration with that, and we will absolutely follow up with Ajax and make sure that they get that message.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, Councilmember Lim. Are there any other questions? Okay, well, thank you for the brief updates, and I think it's great that we're having the town hall on May 26th. So I'm sure we'll get some updates prior to that time. We're looking forward to that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
No.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. There is no legislative update or any business before the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority or the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening. Special reports, we do have a first quarter expense report for elected officials was provided on this evening's agenda for special reports. It's just a note. And then we do have one council member request for future action. This is item 18A. The next item of business for council's consideration this evening is council member Schaaf's request for future action regarding bringing awareness of gun violence in the regional and state conversations concerning prevention strategies and regulations. Before I ask Councilmember Schaaf to provide a brief summary of the request, brief reminder to council that this is also not a discussion on the merits of the topic. It's an opportunity though for council to provide staff direction on whether or not council desires staff to dedicate time and resources to this request. So with that, Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So to keep this brief, just after I was elected in 2017, I was appointed to the Boulder Consortium of Cities, which were having conversations around gun violence. More recently, there have been regional conversations with the state preemption being lifted in terms of looking at local ordinances to prevent gun violence. So that's what this section 18 is to look further into possible ordinances, continue to engage with the regional conversations.
Thank you. We will now proceed with public comments. Any member of the public that would like to comment on this item? Guess that is a no. Do we have anyone online? No. Okay. So there are council questions. Are there any comments or questions from council? Okay. The mayor says those are not allowed, so moving on.
Mayor, can I just, and Councilmember Schaaf, please let me know if I misspoke. There are draft ordinances. There is potentially 8. There are 6 that are really being floated or in the region. And so if council's direction tonight was to move forward on this, we would start vetting out those 6 ordinances as far as how they work with our code, with our police force, with our current regulations. I just wanted to give the tangible that I think staff would be working on if we got the thumbs up. If that's correct, Councilmember Schaaf.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. In expedience of time, I didn't mention every piece, but thank you for providing that.
Yeah, I guess that was be my question as well. Is the next step a study session, or is the next step you guys come back with the proposed ordinance?
Study session, because the draft ordinances are everything from ghost guns to signs at firearms dealers to banning assault weapons. So it really does require a study session.
Okay. Are there any questions? Seeing none, just an indication, is everyone okay with proceeding with the study session on this topic? Thumbs up. We got unanimous thumbs up to move forward with that item. And I think we passed over the city and county managers report. Do apologize. Any reports? Nothing to report. I believe we are done. This concludes the items on this evening's agenda. Is there any other business to come before council?